officially. Hello, everybody. Okay, is it? I have to wait for it's on. Okay, now it's on. Hello, everybody. That's my YouTube intro. All right, now let's actually start. I am going to turn on my face. Turn on the face cam. There we go. Plain white tee today, undershirt, because it's not actually hot, but we're pretending. Okay, time to paint. Yeah, so my plan is to do thumbnails that kind of could exist in this kind of a world where there's like, maybe deserty, but also like this lush under canyon thingy with the magic that comes up and then stuff. Anyway, that's my plan for today. Valkyrie, hi. Hello. Hi Joe, hi chat. Hi everybody. Hi Valkyrie. Hope you're doing well. This has been your reminder to start the YouTube stream. Thanks. I got it. Success. I successfully started the YouTube part. Okay, we can get a cheap portable units, which are good if you are right next to the device, but it uses so much power and costs a lot to run. I see. I don't know how to survive without AC. Yeah, I don't either, to be honest. I would die. I don't know how people do it. Vegas, it's... And it's like a hotness here, or it's like a dry heat here too. So like it gets hot, but AC really does help here. It like surprisingly good. I can't even imagine how awful it would be if I was in a human climate and it was like almost as hot, because I just feel like it would be, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I would do it. But anyway, let's paint something. Thank you for the follow. Okay, last stream we worked on this a bit more. I added some things without detail, but then I also did a whole bunch of details, little thingies here, some stuff in here, and yeah, so we were making progress on this. But today we are going to do some thumbnails like we normally do, come up with little ideas, and then I'm going to loosely base them on this. So I don't really have any big plan today other than if we do like a city or something, which is maybe what I'll start out with, then we'll have like stuff coming up from the ground, or like maybe there's steam vents with the blues coming up and stuff. So stuff like that. And as far as like the sky goes, I'm thinking probably keep it very pale. No, it's not for a commission. It's not for Oh, wait, which one? No. The answer is no. Neither. Neither are for commissions. I get a lot of questions if this is for a commission because it looks so different than my normal stuff and it's super detailed. But no, it's not, and neither is this. I'm kind of trying to give myself little tiny mini projects, even the ones that don't turn into anything, like this probably won't. This is going to turn into something. This is going to turn into a puzzle. But this other one is going to, but like, I'm trying to give myself a little style guide. So like this, maybe, pale sky. So even if we're not in this area, we're going to see a very pale sky. You're collecting my sheep paintings, so we'll be willing to pay for a copy when it's done. Yeah, so this one I'm going to turn into a puzzle. So I'm going to make a jigsaw puzzle out of this one. That's my plan, my ultimate plan for this. So hopefully that's done by... I might even do a Kickstarter. I've never done a Kickstarter for anything. I don't know how it really works. I'm a complete noob, but I think I might fumble my way through that because it's a one-off thing, and it's more about the product side of that once it's done. Yeah, it'll be fun. I think it'll make a nice-ish puzzle. I'm trying to, add little details here and there that distinguish sections, so it's not all just green. There's little patches of bright green that are different than the dark greens. There's, flowers within the dark greens that are different than the other patches of the flowers and dark greens. So hopefully it will work as a puzzle and work well. And then of course there's, big areas and even some of the big areas like this with that are all blue, they have a nice gradient. So it's not like it's just tedious, a million pieces all in the same thing. And yeah, that's kind of the plan with it. And I'm, lots of detailing. I'm probably you know, gonna rearrange. I'm gonna change some of the shapes here. I might even change the flower colors because I don't like that the red is on the side here. It's like a weird, I don't know, just maybe it's okay, but it's kind of strange. But yeah, it's been fun. But still got some work to do. Obviously it's way more detailed than most of my work. But okay, let's think about this painting. Okay. So I'm trying to give myself like a style guide so that if I make a painting that is totally different from this, that it'll still kind of feel-ish the same. Like maybe there are some pillars, you know, well, here, let's do this. Pillars, not pillars, what do you call these? Pokey bits. Pokey bits. And then, of course, the blue magic. Blue magic. And then this is, I think that's really it. That's all I have for now. And then, so yeah, I'm just going to start painting. But, so like, when I'm doing something like the sky, I can at least grab it. Also, maybe like warm. Do I want a warm pale sky? I don't know, maybe. Maybe I can put some blue in there. Yeah, something like that. I've been MIA for a while now, but I'm feeling a lot better, so I'm here. Oh, I'm glad. I hope everything's okay. Glad you're feeling better. Vegas says, if you do a Kickstarter, I would totally support it. I think I am going to do it. It wasn't originally going to be one. I just wanted to make a puzzle because I thought it would be a fun... I thought it would be a fun thing to get like a one-off of, because I remember the first time I held like a playmat that I made. I got a print-on-demand playmat with my art on it, and it just felt so cool to have my own art on something. And I'm like, you know what? Let's do that again, but this time a puzzle, and maybe I'll give it away as a gift or something for Christmas, or maybe next Christmas, Christmas after this coming one in 6 months. And like, who knows, you know? And then Steve Najarn popped in, and he was like, Kickstarter, hello. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's a possibility. So I'm kind of telling myself that this is the thing that's going to get my butt in gear and actually do a project. So we'll see how it goes. Okay, but yeah, I'm thinking... Oh, not delete that. So I'm thinking for this, I'll do... Maybe like well, maybe I'll start with like I almost want to say Gothic city, not Gothic. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's just make some shapes. Let's put in some colors, some values, some deep blue greens maybe. Maybe we'll follow the same pattern that we have in the other one. So we have those blues and stuff down here. And then as we go upward, we'll get warmer. So we'll still keep the sky pale, but we'll get warmer as we go up. And then maybe there's like, I don't know, thingies on here. Let's see. What do I want to do? I don't know. Hence why I have a phone cover with my art. Ah, that's super cool. Yeah, that kind of thing. It just feels cool, doesn't it? Like, maybe not. Maybe for you it was like no big deal. Maybe, you know, I think part of it for me, I don't know. I have no idea why it felt so good. Because I know some people just like they constantly make projects and it seems to be no big deal to them. But to me, it's like, I don't know. This is like the first time that I've had my own art in my hands, and it's a cool feeling. So yeah, I want to replicate that a little bit. Maybe it'll lose the novelty when I do it a million times. Maybe not. Maybe that's the oomph that I need to like keep doing little projects. I don't know. So yeah, maybe there's some stones and stuff here. I'm just making shapes, trying to do things in perspective a little bit. Little stones or something. Maybe there's some lines. No idea what this is yet, but I want it to feel more like it's near the base. Maybe, oh, again, we need the valley thingy off on the side. So maybe these things are really big, and we can hardly see over them. Oh, hold on. I have an idea. Okay, hold on. Before I forget. What if we were looking down, and we had, like, these spiky things like this. Oh, hold on. Like, kind of like that. And then down here, we have like a pathway. So like little I don't know what they are, little shards. And then down here we have the blue. I don't know, something like that. This is my concept art. Very, very skillfully done. There we go. Top level right there. Totally not serious. But yeah, I do want to. That was one of my. I think that was that one of my New Year's resolutions 6 months ago. I'm trying to make plans and stick with them. That is I want to. I'm trying to get my life in order, my art life, and do make things and do stuff and have plans and carry it through and break them into small parts and actually do things. Because like I obviously paint a lot. I mean, I stream a lot, and therefore I'm painting on stream, and I paint a lot. Um, but yeah, I just have a lot of art that I don't do a whole lot with, and it feels like it would be nice to do something, I mean, same with like conventions. Conventions would be a fun thing to do as well. I don't quite know if that's what I want to do. Um, I mean, that feels about as close to like making the type of art I want to make and selling it as it can be, which honestly isn't even my goal. I don't really care if it's specifically art for me. Like doing art for other people or like for a company, like for a studio or for some sort of freelance project that's like a tabletop RPG type thing, that would be cool too. I think I would do just fine in those settings. I don't think I personally need to, you know be like, it doesn't have to be my own thing 100%. I know some people are super attached to their art in that way, and like, they're making art, it better be for the, it better be because it's an expression of them, and mine's not that way really. I mean, not typically. I mean, as long as it's for something that I think is cool, then I'm on board. Like I don't think I could do art for like a cause that is hateful or something. That would not be okay. I would turn that down. But if it's just like, you know, and anything in sort of entertainment field, like, tabletop games or anything that's like a game, I like games. I like playing. I think play is important. I think games are good. I think I've learned a lot. I respect. I don't think games are just like a stupid thing that that kids play with or something, right? So I think some people have like a negative view of games, and if that were the case, I don't think I would want to do that stuff. But I do. I love game. I play games all the time, and so that's kind of like it has a part. It means something to me. So it almost doesn't matter what the game is, so long as I think some people will like it, and like if it's bringing joy to people, and it's not like a slimy game that's trying to milk people for all their money. Like, as long as it's not that, I don't think I'd want to work on a pay to win game. I don't know. Would I though? Oof. I don't. Okay, I never thought about this before. Would I work on clearly a pay to win money grab game? I might. I want to say I wouldn't, but I think so long as I was getting paid for sure, and it wasn't like, no sort of like stake in the company sort of deal where, nothing shady. If it was straight up, we will pay you for your time no matter what, whether it succeeds or not. I think I would. I don't know. Oh gosh, what about you guys? I know that there's the obvious right answer, right? Which is no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't work for a game that has terrible business practices. I think at this stage in my life, I would though, because I haven't worked on games before really. So I think I would take them. I'd like to say I wouldn't. Oh gosh, I don't know. I'm moral conflict right at the start of stream. I don't know. What about you guys? Would you, if somebody's like, we're gonna pay you more money than you've ever made for making art, and given that you want to do art professionally or that you want to make it your full-time thing, just got back to okay, Skittle, I got a moral conundrum. Maybe it's not one. Maybe I'm just morally corrupt. Would you, Skittle, would if a game company approached you and said, "We want you to work on a game for us and make a bunch of art, make a bunch of cool art. It's right up your alley." And the only catch is, it's just like a money grab game where it's, pay to win, super slimy tactics to get people to buy to buy random loot boxes. Like, it's just their business ethics are morally corrupt. But like the game, like it's cool. The concept is neat, minus the money grabby. But like the art side of it's cool. Like, do you feel like you'd be at a conflict for? I mean, obviously, lots of artists work on money grabby games. So like, I don't know. I think I would any gotcha game. But yeah, sure. But like, dial it up, right? Even more. Like maybe even more money grabby. I don't know. I don't know if I mean, I think I would. I've got to say I would because I think I would. It doesn't mean I would support the business of it. I don't know. I think I would. And so here's my thought. I think there are two ways to approach the situation. I think there is, and maybe this is a little bit of coping. I think there is a way of approaching the situation like when something's bad, you get out, right? Oh, and I think you could apply this to anywhere in life where it's like, oh, your friends did something terrible, drop them, find new friends. Oh, your business place is turning garbage, leave, find a new job, right? Or there's the stay and make your voice heard kind of person where like try to be the good influence. It might still not work out, but if you have the time and energy to like not just because like if you right if you have like a bad group of people and then you leave, if every good person leaves, you're only left with the bad people, right? And it's like the police officer situation kind of, or like when people talk about like like politics and they're like, oh, just leave. It's like, well, maybe I don't know, like have conversations. I don't know. So like maybe that. I mean, that'll say one person's not going to be able to change an entire company. I don't know. But I feel like you could still stay, but also be vocal about like you don't support the business practices, but you think the game itself is cool or something, Like, I think as long as you're allowed to speak out a little bit, I think you could give a shot at working there. But like, if somebody, but don't go on Twitter and start defending the terrible business practices, like call them out or something, if it comes up in conversation. Like, I think you could do both. Maybe I'm coping a little bit. Hey, Titan Mesozoic GD, how's it going? Hope you're doing well on YouTube. The YouTube stream is up apparently. Before I went live on YouTube, I was talking about how I might forget to do the YouTube part because I was making my tea and didn't want to start with just a starting soon screen. So yeah. It's always neat to have people pop in on YouTube. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Skittle says, if I got paid fairly for the work on the project was well managed, I would probably be fine if I got to work on the game. See, I think I am kind of like that. I think part of it also would factor in where I am in my journey. I think and I don't really like using that word, in my journey, but if I am like a sort of a newbie into like games, I think I would take those games. But I think as more and more potential work opportunities come along, I think I would able to be more picky, and then I could sort of put my foot down, so to speak, or be more vocal. But yeah, it's It's a tricky one. When I enter the stream, Alvarez, hello. Did I say hello already? I think I did, but maybe not. You said when you enter the stream, you're always amazed by the compositions. Oh, so what I'm doing is I'm trying to do like a kind of and maybe part of maybe you inspired me, Alvarez, or maybe I just have been having a growing desire to do more like world building projects. But I want to do like a few more thumbnails that could be, like what would a city in this environment look like? Maybe it's tucked down here, very tiny, but it has like the blue stuff around it and these spires. Well, just with your world building project, right? You've got a world building project going on, and I think seeing people do bigger projects more than just like a one-off painting, that's really inspiring to me. I always like it when people are doing things like that. So yeah, like what if, I mean, I don't think these feel big enough, so maybe we'll make them even larger. We'll just go ginormous. And then maybe down here we'll put like little houses. I want to get the scale looking right. So we're just gonna put some things down here, like I don't know what color, probably like a teal or something. Maybe something like that. Yeah, I mean I don't want to like get like yeah. I mean I think it just world building in general inspires me. It's not to diminish it too much, but it's not hard, I think, to inspire me. Another person is he raids a lot. Why can I not remember? All right, let me go on Discord and see what his name is. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time remembering his name, but he raids all the time. And he does a world building project. Why can I not think of the name? Is there a way to see... Ronald P. Maxwell, that's his name. He's inspired me too. That was yeah, it's Ronald P. Max. I couldn't think of the name, but anyway, he inspires me too because he has an ongoing project where he builds out his world. He started just very broad, and he's not doing like a story. It's very much just like, here is a world map, and then here are different biomes, and in each biome here's some cities, and each city here's a culture, and then it's like, oh, I want to do a creature design. Well, it can fit nicely into this culture in this biome. Oh, I want to do another creature design or a vehicle design. Well, these people are vehicle centric and they have a certain vibe to them. So you'll do one over here. And then maybe you want to do like just an environment design. Well, let's paint the volcano area. Let's do some volcano stuff over here or a desert over here, right? So there's things like, it doesn't really matter what he wants to paint, but he can sort of slot it into his world. And over time, he's building up like his own thing. And so in his Discord, he has like channels that are laid out super nicely of like all the different areas. And anyway, it's very cool to see. And it's always inspiring whenever he comes in, just to see someone work on a project for a long period of time and build it up. So yeah. Titan says, even more small worlds, more than massive ones, in my opinion. Oh, building them. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I missed something. You enjoy world building. Even more small worlds, more than massive ones. Yeah, I mean, I think the massive worlds get started with a small world, right? And I think just like when I'm painting a thumbnail, like oftentimes initially it won't be very exciting. Like I might literally start with like, I'm going to paint with blue today, right? There isn't an idea there. But as I work on it, as I say, oh, well, water is blue and maybe I want to paint some underwater world, and then, okay, well, what else could be in this world? Maybe it's Gothic inspired, and pretty soon I have some underwater Gothic city with, like, creatures floating around, and there's some sort of story or something, like, in, vague story part coming together. Like, pretty soon it's exciting, and it's like, oh, I want to expand on it. And I think just like how a painting comes about oftentimes for me, so does like a world building project where it starts kind of inconsequential. It's just a one-off painting, and then you start expanding on it, and pretty soon there's like almost like you could almost imagine an entire story happening to any of the characters in your world, or just I don't know, it gets more and more exciting as you go. And I like that. I like that feeling of like, this is such a, like, I'm so pumped about my project. And it's hard to get there because you can't just start excited, right? It doesn't work that way. You don't just wake up one day and are fully into some vague concept of an idea. Like, you gotta work on it first, and then it becomes fun. Also, what am I doing here? I'm just making random shapes. Just trying to hint at, like, maybe these things are built out of stone. I don't know. I'm trying to make some random shapes in here that could be like a city or something. Just putting blobs in here. Maybe there's like... Ooh, I have an idea. I'm gonna go darker in here. And then darker up here too. Actually, I like this green. I'm going to put more green up here. And then up here... Because even though... Because I want it to be like, if we're down here, there's going to be a mountain ledge, right? Like, you're not going to be able to see the sky past all this. And so these things actually aren't going to be... Whoops. These things aren't going to be as in-depth. So we can still have these big spires. But it's more contained. And so like this might be the tippy top of that ledge. But then down here, I want to do some glow dodge or something. Sometimes it goes the other way for me, where a creature is made, so I have to make an environment. I think that's a good way to do it too. I think it just has like a one-off project. I've actually done that a fair amount, where like I want to paint a creature, and you're like, okay, well, what kind of creature? Like, you give it claws, and you're like, oh, this thing would be good at climbing, so maybe we'll give it trees or stone. Like you thinking backwards, sort of functionally, like what kind of environment might this thing live in? Or what does this, oh, it's a predator. Okay, well, what does it eat? And then maybe, because, if it's shaped like a predator where it has its eyes in the front or whatever, and maybe it's more, its claws. Like, now you might be thinking, okay, well, it could have a prey, and maybe you can start thinking about that relationship and how it might catch its prey, and, that kind of thing. Yeah, I think for a one-off thing that, like, it doesn't matter which direction you go, right? I mean, I guess you could just start with a single creature too, and then slowly make up an entire ecosystem. You could do one creature and start thinking about like where it lives, and then another creature and where it lives, and then you could fill in the gap and say, well, this creature is going to eat this creature, and this creature is going to eat that. Like create a little ecosystem, and sort of plan it. Obviously, not everything has to be, super in depth. Sometimes it's just a cool design. Okay, so yeah, this is a thing. Let's add back that glow dodge. I want to get this to be really glowy down here, so it's magical. Because I don't want there to be any doubt that this stuff is magic or non-water, right? I don't want it to feel like it's water. I mean, it might still feel like it's water, but hopefully. Want to plan it? Just plan it. But I don't know. I'm not sure if I like this, but it's kind of fun. It's not a bad start. It's a thumbnail. Okay, let's do it. Let's do this. I had an idea. This is the only thumbnail. This one that I'm going to do now is what I kind of had an idea for before I started. I normally don't like visualize things in my head before I paint them, but this is one of the few exceptions. I don't know how well I'm going to succeed here, because I actually have no idea how I'm going to approach this. But we'll see. We will see how this goes. Maybe Gray. Let's just start with dark. Oops. Hello, Sophie. Did I say hello yet? Hope you're doing well. How's it going, Sophie? I like the thumbnail phase. I do too. This is my favorite phase of painting, or if you want to call it a phase. It's my favorite part of the process for sure. It's just coming up with an idea or building it, however that might work. Yeah, it's just fun. Just fun to plan stuff out. So I was thinking, like looking like, okay, this is such a messy sketch. This is how will I do this? I don't know. This is gonna take me a moment. And I knew before going into this was gonna be ambitious. I'm not sure how I'm gonna approach this. So I'm thinking there's gonna be like a path leading up, because like, okay, we're on the water, right? Or not really on the water. But I want there to be like an arch. It's hard for me to visualize. I mentioned this in Discord the other day. Somebody did a really cool, like this kind of perspective I could do all day, you know, where our eye line is vaguely here, you know, or if our eye line is here. But when your eye line is way off the page, it is so hard for me to even begin to like, I know I can do grids and perspective grids and stuff, but my goodness, it takes a long time before the shapes and stuff start coming together for me. Let's do this. Trying to sketch some things in perspective just to start getting a sense of what we're looking at. And these can go down. Something like that, maybe. I don't like starting like this, but sometimes I need to. Even that feels like where our eye line's here. Hold on, that's not right. These need to be more. Yeah, this one's gonna be rough. This is gonna be a rough one. I totally get that feeling of perspective. Sometimes I don't know where the horizon line would be when I'm trying to get some sort of idea of feel or comp. Yeah, I struggle most with this when it's so oftentimes if I'm just like going with the flow, it doesn't matter what the perspective's like. And so sometimes I do, here, let me show you some other stuff. I don't know, like these or something. Sometimes when I'm sketching, like I can, you know, this one has kind of a high perspective a little bit. It's not very clear, but you know, and of course you got a lot of these middle of the road perspectives, things like this, right? I could paint this stuff all day. Because it just kind of, this one is a little lower though. I mean, even then it still feels like our eye line is here. The ground itself might be lower because this thing might be on a hill. But yeah, a lot of these, like, you know, this kind of stuff, if I'm just going with the flow, I don't have any issue with these kinds of things. It's harder for you when Titan on YouTube says, it's harder for me when the horizon line is in the frame. Really? See, for me, I think it's more like an eye level thing. If I can put myself in the scene, I think if I know this is going to sound silly, I think if I spent more times on the roof of a building looking down, it would just be easier for me to start, like, drawing that stuff. Because the lines and the patterns of like, the buildings and the shapes of the people that looking down on them, like, none of that comes intuitive for me. Because I haven't seen it, a lot of it. I haven't done any, like... I've never lived high up in a building to where I can look down, and if I haven't ever actually looked down that often, because I just am inside. Like, my entire world is lived from, you know, me being 2 feet on the ground looking across my environment on more or less a flat ground, right? Sometimes I'm on a hill, but typically it's not straight down. Time to get a penthouse to change your art? That's what I was thinking. I need to like, yeah, exactly. No, but maybe just more studies, more practice, more deliberate, top-down perspective stuff. But it definitely makes sketching things just sort of freeform way harder when I'm not using grids and doing all that. So yeah, I'm trying to do like let's see, where may let's just put our dot here for the third point. Something like that, maybe? Also, what's going on with this music? It sounds extremely intense. Sounds like a parade music. I know we've heard this song before. Okay, just random classical music. Switching it up. Okay, now let's add in some of that blue light stuff. So let's see. This'll. So yeah, my thought was, where is it? Sorry, I'm flipping back and forth. My thought was like looking downward, and having like a little, like a home, like a home carved into the mountains, and then you have all the little spikies around it. Looking down means I don't have to worry about a horizon line. Meaningless to think about. I mean, you still have a horizon line, right? You still have perspective. You mean completely top down, like a map where you don't have any perspective? Like, I think if you're just drawing like the symbols of things, like you're drawing a map in 2 dimensions, like here's a house, here's the road, here's some trees on the side of the road, and here's some trees over here. Here's gonna be the pool in the house, and over here is the guest house. We'll make the other house bigger, so we'll add a little part to it. Like this I don't have any problem with, but it's when I'm starting to do like, actual perspective, and it's not just isometric, when it's like an actual in perspective thing. That's where, also this is really blurry, I apologize. But that's where it gets a little trickier. Or when I'm doing shapes that aren't like squares, like these were gonna be little pokey things. That's where it gets really tough for me. Okay, let's add some more color dodge. Let's get our colors in here. Blue. Something like that. And these can go up. There. So now this is like a little alcove area. And maybe there we'll have some construction-y stuff up here. But yeah, I find that if I'm doing any sort of down, even if the eye line's off the page, like you still have things and shapes that converge to it, right? Like, yes, everything might be below you, and so there is a trend that everything is converging in one direction. It's not like with an eye line in here, some stuff converges in this direction, and then some stuff converges in this direction, right? So it's like you have to flip-flop halfway through, right? So like up here, we're looking above. And so that's easy if everything's looking above. This stuff, we're still looking above it. But like now down here, it gets weird because now we're looking down on it. And then over here, we're looking down on it. And so like this is, when it's on the page, you have to like flip-flop the perspective. Whereas when it's above you, everything is going to be above you, right? Or, sorry, when it's down here. If your eyes were down here, for example, then everything would be above you, right? So you wouldn't have any need to be like, is this going to be drawn this way or this way, right? Well, it's drawn this way because it's above you. But the problem with this is that you still have a consistency issue things still have to, you know, like there's still perspective even if it's. But I could see an argument for like, you know, you could treat it more like an orthographic or isometric view, I guess. I don't know. Not completely down. I mean, yes, there is a horizon line no matter where you look. It's more of the vanishing points just completely off frame. I focus on much more on converging the lines. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't, for me, it's just so much harder. I don't, but you know, different people are different. That's always cool. I like that. I like that you find it easier. Yeah, I definitely don't. Okay, so yeah, this is starting to look like we're looking down at stuff. Kinda. Ish. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. But now the scale and stuff. Okay, so we're looking down. Now I'm trying to do some shapey stuff. Maybe we do some larger ones. Also, what material? I guess purple. Maybe the let's see. They're purple-ish, but maybe we get that glow in here. Hold on. I've got an idea. These thumbnails are gonna take a little longer than normal, probably. Because they are, some of them I kind of have a bit more of an idea. Okay, now some of this can have that purpley glow. Some of these maybe I'm trying to think, do I want these chunky? Like, do I want the tops of these to be square, or do I want them to taper? Mr. Big Cookie says, hello, Jay Stiller. No wrap beanie today. Nope, not in the summer. No wrap beanie today. Summer greeting from Sweden. I haven't been wearing my beanie sent in for like, what, 4 weeks? Oh, well over a month. Probably 2 months. It's been a while. I haven't been wearing a beanie for a hot minute. It got too hot. And also I got a haircut. So I didn't feel as embarrassed about showing my hair. No, that's not really the reason. Although I did get a haircut recently. Although I didn't even take a shower before stream, so I'm all like stinky probably. Although I did already shower once today before work, but then I slept and it was hot. You haven't been on Twitch for well over a month, so that checks out. Gotcha. Yeah. But yeah, hope you're doing well. Okay, so okay, this was as far as my idea went. Is something we're looking down on. I don't like the shapes here. Well, we can tell and judge you immensely. I know. I know. So much judgment. This is what I open myself up to. It's funny. Obviously you're joking and I'm joking, but there is like a bit of nervousness, like just for me anyway. Maybe not. I'm sure some people don't have that, but just showing your face on camera, there is like a, like, oh, I gotta pay attention. I mean, again, obviously I didn't do this today because I'm just wearing like a plain white tee, but there is a little bit of like, oh, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna wear today, or I've gotta make sure my hair looks okay. And that's like, I never do that. I never care what I look like. I mean, I do a little bit, but not too much. Okay, what am I doing here? Do I like this? I feel like this whole base needs to be, it needs more air. It needs more room to breathe. Maybe like this. And then maybe here can be like greenery. Maybe we'll even get a little bit of like a warm green down here. I mean, I'd say that I don't, but I kind of do. I care a little bit. It just, but on stream just makes me care more, right? Like, I obviously shower and put on clean clothes and make sure, you know, I don't like wearing super wrinkly stuff on, you know, just like, if I can avoid it, I want to look presentable. Um, but that's my own taste. I don't think it's super important. I think there's a lot of silly societal stuff that comes with that, but, you know. Okay, every time I'm making lines here, the things are getting pushed in a bad direction. They're flattening out. And now it's making it look like this is our eye line. Maybe something like that. Yeah, because this stuff doesn't look like it's... Oh no. Maybe we'll go up here. Maybe that's what we do. Presentable, yeah. I get that, but other than that, I don't care about that. Yeah, that's fair. You know, obviously people can... Yeah, everyone has their own standards. I don't know. I don't want to be one of those people like I try not to judge other people too much. Like they can dress however they want, and I don't always know what situation they're in, and like why, you know, I can't. I'm not a mind reader. Um, but I think it's also I think as I've gotten like as I'm getting older, I know this. It always sounds stupid, and whenever people say that, and then it makes it sound like they're immediately getting on their high horse. But I just for myself, I feel like I've growing up, I always like, well, fashion is stupid. You know, if it's functional, it makes sense. Like if it's cold, you put something that's warm on. If it's hot out, you take clothes off because it's too hot, right? If it's too sunny, you might wear a hat to protect yourself. So like the functional side of clothing always made a lot of sense to me, right? Wear things that make sense, wear things that are comfortable. But outside of that, I was like, what's the point? Who cares if my shirt if it's ugly? Who cares if someone else's shirt is ugly? Like it doesn't matter. Um, but I for some reason, as I've gotten older, my opinion on that's changed, and I do care more about clothes. It's kind of weird. I don't really know why. Um, it might have something to do with like, you know, even in art, right? It's sort of like you over time you build up a body of work, and it sort of is like representative of you or your brand, so to speak, which I know is a dirty word sometimes. Um, but like I think it's a little bit of that, right? It's like sort of also like putting care into your workspace and your surroundings, and there's something about being able to look at a thing and be like, I'm proud of how that looks, or I'm proud of the work that I've put into it. And I think there's some of that seeping through in like, and again, I'm not one to talk right now because I'm literally, you know, uncombed hair and in a white t-shirt, but I think some of that is a thing. Also, is this even looking at all like a thing we can tell what it is? I don't know if it is. Whatever. I think I'm spent too long on this thumbnail. Way too long on this thumbnail. That's okay. Just little things in here. Maybe little boats or I don't know. Okay, but there's that magic thing. I don't know if I like that one. It's hard to tell what it is. It feels good to look representable as well. Representable. You mean presentable? Yeah, it does. I think it does. I mean, I think it only does though if your standards are that it's better, right? I mean, so maybe in that sense, I actually don't know if I agree with that. I think if you genuinely don't care, it doesn't feel better to look nicer if you think that looking nicer is irrelevant, right? Like what I'm trying to think like for example, as a kid, right? I didn't like cleaning my room. Probably, I'm sure all kids didn't. And I would remember your parent telling you or telling me that like you better clean your room or you're grounded or something, you know? And like I did it, but I only did it because I had to, not because I wanted to, because I thought, well, what's the point? I'm just gonna make it a mess again, and it's kind of fun to have a mess, right? There's stuff everywhere, and it's I don't know, like I genuinely didn't see the point. Um, and so when I got done cleaning it, it was like, what a waste of time. I genuinely did not feel better when I cleaned up my space. It wasn't this like, oh, fine, thank goodness I did that. It was just, meh. But now I do see the value in that. So now it starts to feel nicer. Like I do, because I value a cleaner space, that when I clean it, it actually does feel good, right? To me, I would only get the feeling of like, oh, I feel good about myself when I put on a suit because I respect that effort to look nice, I think. Now, I didn't, but I haven't always, and also I don't think I like suits. I don't know. Not a big suit person, personally, so I don't know if I would still get that feeling from a suit. I don't know. Clothing's weird. It's kind of interesting that I legit was considering having fashion sense for wearing the same jacket every day during cold weather. You were considered having. Yeah, that's funny. I love suits for some reason. I don't like jeans. See, I like jeans. I like any heavier clothing. Heavy jeans, big sweatshirts or I like sweaters a lot, knit sweaters. Anything with a bit of weight to them, I love. In before the diagnoses start rolling in. But I like the weightiness of stuff. It's I definitely prefer cold weather for that reason. Always have. I like to be able to bundle up and be cozy. Same in like on my bed. I don't like just a dinky little lightweight sheet. I like hefty blankets. But again, it sucks in the summer. I want to feel like I'm not wearing clothes at all. See, I'm the opposite. I hate that feeling. I like, especially outdoors. Like, if there's a little bit of a breeze and I'm in like this kind of clothing, like short sleeve shirt, I hate it. I hate the feeling of a breeze across my skin. It's like just irritating. And okay, hate's a little bit of a strong word. It's just unpleasant. I don't know a single thing I hate, but yeah. Also, what am I doing here? Let's draw some buildings. Let's draw some buildings. I'm kind of noodling. I don't know how well these will look or how good these will look, but we'll see. OMG, I love the feeling of a breeze on my Vegas. I feel like we are so polar opposites. This is not the only time in stream when like you say something and I'm like, that's so opposite to me, or I say something you're like, not me. I wonder if there's like a single thing we agree on in a matter of taste. That is. You want the feeling of feeling coziness? Yeah, I like cozy, and I can't ever feel that in summer. Never in my life, I'm like, oh, I'm cozy. Maybe relaxing is the alternative to cozy. No, it's kind of the same. I don't know. Like, to me, being cozy is relaxing. But, like, I get that some people's is, like, sitting on the beach with barely wearing anything with the breeze going over them, the sun on. Like, I don't like that. Cookie says, I appreciate a good shirt. They're airy and feel cool temp-wise. Also, I like feeling stylish and proper. See, I like lightweight. So if I'm gonna wear lightweight clothing, I do like lightweight but long sleeve shirts. so that I don't feel airy, but it feels light to where it's not like it can still be cool. You don't like being naked in general or of any sort? As long as it's not breezy. I don't know. Okay, but at home it's all sweatpants and knitted socks and sweaters. Yeah, I like that. I like that vibe. Okay, what am I doing here? Let's do a thumbnail that has nothing to do with this for a moment because I'm stalling. I'm let's or maybe it will. Maybe we'll do like a lead-in. I've got an idea. Also, I'm using a lot of lasso tool today. It's not always the case that I use a lot of lasso tool, but it does seem like it's more lately. Okay, this can have those big giant thingies. And then maybe down here, maybe we'll put some of that bright blue. Maybe just along the edges here. That'd be kind of neat. Okay, let's put that blue here. I don't know if that'll look good. I never wear shorts. Yeah, I don't even know if I own a pair of shorts. I don't think I do. I think I own a pair of swim trunks. But no shorts. No proper shorts. I don't like I don't like them. Unless I have to, I will not wear it. I don't like wearing them. Same reason. It's just breezy. I don't like the breeze on my legs. Maybe if I shaved my legs, the breeze would be worse or less bad because I think it's like the breeze rustling my hairs on my legs. Same with my arms, right? It's like my arms and legs, where the hair touches the skin is like super sensitive. I don't even know if it's super sensitive. It's just not comfortable. It's not it's like I notice it. I notice the feeling and it's annoying. It's where I'm just like dumping all of my oddities onto the internet, right? That's what this stream is. I also sweat easily. Well, is that true? Maybe not. I don't know. I'm not sure. Not sure how this relates to much, but yeah. You said you all sweat easily, so it's like 10 degrees. You will still sweat in a lot heavier clothing. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I think if you're sweating and you're in like heavy clothing, that's not comfortable. I know, like, isn't that like a big thing in like people who are like outdoorsy and survival-y people? Is like, even if you're in the snow, you do not want to be sweating when it's like below freezing. Like that's really bad. Um, so you shouldn't ever be sweating if you're like in working doing stuff in the winter. I think that's supposed to be really not good. Okay, I have an idea. I know these are all kind of the same. But what if some of these had like grassy areas? Get itchy in extreme heat. Oh, interesting. I don't think I've ever gotten itchy in extreme heat. I think it also depends on like probably if it's like humid or whatever. Maybe there's little buildings up here. I'm doing really simple up for the buildings. Maybe these have orange. I mean, I do like my orange roofs. This might feel a little too normal. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'll like. Okay, and then I'm gonna add in some. So some cracks here. Some cracked rocks leading down. And then in here, sorry, this one's kind of weird. This is going to be a weird thumbnail, I think. I don't know if it's going to look good. And then in the cracks, put some. Yeah, I feel like these thumbnails today are all going to be a little bit more boring. They're not going to, because it's not going to have the variety that they normally have. That's kind of, I don't know. But that's okay. I think I'll stumble on at least one that I like. Hopefully. Let's see. You get itchy either when you feel anxious or when it's just hot out. Oh, interesting. Vegas says I only have like one pair of jeans. See, I'm the opposite. I only have jeans. I have a full pair of heavier slacks, I guess. Oh, I guess yeah. I guess I have a pair of slacks. I don't have that many clothes though. Just in general. Glowy blue stuff. It is nice. It's a little, I'm not quite sure how I feel about it. Maybe the whole sky should be blue. Blue and green. This one's very foggy looking. So I don't like the forms here. The forms make no sense. Like a throne almost or something. I don't know. Maybe some shapes going that way and this way. And this way. Just trying to carve in these shapes a little bit. Leading up there. Some of them can have little shapes down here. Hello, Skittle. Long time no see, says Mr. Big Cookie. Alright, so there's that. Again, this doesn't feel like the same place, really, but maybe it's like a place with, you know, maybe there's little buildings or towers on here. And maybe they're all sort of fueled by this blue glowy stuff. So maybe there's blue glowy things like in here. I don't know. Maybe we'll go. Who is this Skittle? Who is Skittle? What do you mean? What are you talking about? A blue Skittle on stream on Twitch? Streamer extraordinaire, also fantasy landscape painter. Hey, what's up? Hey, Sir Ibram, long time no see. Oblique Painting says, quick hello, always impressed by how you can suggest quickly with just good values. Well, the good values are debatable today. If we turn this one black and white, for example, you can't really tell what's happening. This one, the values kind of work. This one, again, not so much. Funny enough, yeah, the values today are not valuing. It's hard to do. Well, I mean, I guess what we could do is take the blue, the glowy blue, and just turn up the value a little bit and make it a bit brighter. And we can start outlining some stuff like that. Maybe. But yeah, it's funny you say that. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I'll take the compliment. I'll try to. I wonder how many years you've done art like this. Quite a bit. I mean, I've only done art for like 13 years total. Well, if you count like trying to look, if you count doing art with the understanding and knowledge that you can learn, like not counting just, you know, doodles as a kid when I didn't have any concept of like a path of getting better. Yeah, like 13 years. Haven't been streaming all of it, of course. These values are not valuing. How does one make the values valuing? Also, you missed my dad joke. It's blue. Who is the Skittle? It's blue. Actually, very interesting, thanks. I sometimes don't know how to suggest deepness of values and only reach it with colors. You're confirming this for me? Yeah, I mean, I think in general, the easiest spot to start is just with, like, wider range values. So that, like, here, let's try to fix these values in black and white in sort of real time, so maybe you can see. So, like, you know, stuff closer to me, oftentimes, if we're talking shadows, will be much deeper shadows. So oftentimes the closer stuff, you know, especially if you're using it as like a framing element, you know, if like you're looking out of the shadow. And then as things get further back, they'll be not as dark. And then as they get farthest back, they'll be quite light. Now, obviously, if you have actual light or like really recessed areas, like let's say a cave, you know, then maybe you can get some little dark spots back here. But most of the time, the darkest spots in your painting are going to be those deep crevices up close. And then with the light, well, hold on. Also, let's do this. I'm going to flatten my painting a little bit. It's like maybe all of this is darker, right? Maybe there's some distinct, and I'm going to ruin this painting a little bit, but that's okay. And maybe there's a distinct shape here, right? And maybe this is like the path that's leading in, and it's, you know, maybe it's some light's catching it, but not too much. And then up here, and maybe we do want some light. Is this blue? Yeah, that's blue. So maybe we want some light poking in. So maybe I'll go just trying to make some graphical shapes here. And of course, value isn't the only thing. Maybe there's some light here. I'm trying to think how to do this. I could bring in some brighter values, but I'm trying to maybe push them. But it's like the idea is that hopefully this will start to read better, right? So even if we do something like this, then it'll start reading better. So the idea with values is that it should look good even without color, right? Or you should be able to tell what it is. Now, there are cases that's not true. How did I switch to black and white view in CSP? I create a color layer. So creating a color layer like I have up here and turning it black and white is one of the ways. I actually don't use this way. This way is pretty much on every paint program that you'll ever have. You can make a color layer, fill it to black, and toggle it on and off. The issue with that is that if you color pick, it's going to grab the gray, right? So if you paint, say, here with this color and turn it unblack and white, that's literally a gray I put down, and that's not what I wanted. So you can't actually paint in black and white color very well. There are ways to do selections if you're on one layer, but that's not the way I do it. The way I do it is, it's because I'm on a Windows computer. Actually, I think Apple has this too. But you can, yeah, you can, but then you have to actually have your layers separate. The problem is when you have a bunch of different layers and it's all messy, and some of those layers are like multiply layers, and it's not as easy if you're doing like a painterly method and just sort of letting your paint mix. If you're all in one layer, yeah, you can do what Vegas said, which is just select your picker. But anyway, the way that I do it is because make a folder. I know you can do it. It's just a pain in the butt, and you have to like keep it tidy. I don't know. I don't like that method. It's doable. You can do it, but then also I don't even know. Then how do you set a hotkey to toggle that layer? I don't know. It's not as convenient for me to be as being able to just set your entire. I really am not getting to the point, am I? Okay, if you're on Windows and you open up your control panel and you type in color filters, you click on color filters, it'll open up a little window, and you click the button. It says allow the shortcut key to toggle color filters on or off. So long as you have this button clicked, you can use the hotkey Control Windows plus C, and you can toggle it. So you can do that if you're on Windows. You can toggle your thing on and off. And it's super nice. Didn't Marco Bucci win on all critiquing? I mean, I think he probably did. It's pretty much unanimous that if you're in Photoshop, the best way is dot gain 20%. The other programs don't have it. And so this is the best we got to do. So there is a version of this on Apple. I don't know what it is or how to get to it, but someone has told me that there is a way to do a color filter on your screen. I don't know what the default is. It might be grayscale. It might be red, green. It might be something else other than grayscale. But there are options. You can change them, apparently, and there is a way to toggle. But anyway, once that's set, you can literally just toggle it, and then you can paint. It even maintains value when removing color. Yeah. Wait. When removing color. Yeah, so this version that I did is the exact same function, like function of removing color or as the color layer. So this layer mode, adding black and setting it to color, is identical to using the hotkey. So this one, which is the color layer, and this one are the same. And so if I turn the color layer on while it's in grayscale, no change, right? If it's color layers on first, change it to grayscale, no change, right? The only thing that's changing is like down here, because this one, my monitor is set to grayscale, and this one, it's just Clip Studio. But yeah, if you're in Photoshop, there is a better way than either of these, because this one has some issues with some of the deeper blues. So if you're in like the dark blues, everything that's fully saturated basically reads as like near black, and our brains just don't see these as this dark, right? These colors in particular just don't feel as dark. Like there's no reason that color and this color are the same, right? Or like even as you get really dark, let's try to pick the same value, but with a different color. Like you're telling me that these two colors are the same? Get out of here, right? Like they're not. I'm gonna make it a little darker so it's a more fair, right? Squint really hard. Yeah, no, I understand. I understand what it's doing. I understand what it's doing. But it's no, even then. There's more light coming off of my monitor in this one than that one. But I get the idea. I get the idea. I actually, maybe there isn't more light coming off my monitor, but I understand the concept, but visually speaking, this is not a good I don't think it's a good representation of like from a distance of what you're gonna see. Or maybe it is, and maybe our brains just can't reconcile separating value from color, and the color, the hue is just doing so much heavy lifting. It's just it's making our brains light up and with excitement because we see bright red or bright blue. But either way, it doesn't feel like a thing that you should ignore when you're painting, because painting is about like the visual impression of it. I need to figure out the grayscale in Photoshop. Grayscale is never perfect. Yeah, so in Photoshop, you can do the same. You can make a color layer and set it to black. But in Photoshop, if you go to, I don't know exactly where it is, but it's like proof setup. I could probably open Photoshop, actually, and show you. It's not going to look... Actually, maybe I can't. Let me try something. Open with... Why is there no open with button? Anyway, I don't know. But yeah, in Photoshop, there's a proof setup. So it's like settings, proof setup, dot gain. I think Control Y is the default, but it turns it to CMYK by default. You can change the setting from CMYK to like a different proofing setup. Um, yeah, no, all grayscales are a little different, right? Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. All grayscales are a little different, but the color layer feature, I believe, in Photoshop and Clip Studio and all these are the same. Again, it's not perfect. It has its areas where it's not ideal, but for general painting, it's a pretty good indicator, and it at least helps you start thinking in grayscale. So it's nice to have one of them. And again, I think you can work around any of them because it's not the only way to pay attention to contrast. And like, I don't want to put too much emphasis on value when there are other types of contrast, as I always need to bring up, or else somebody will call me out on that. Um, and that's one of those things where like there are cases, especially in like the deep blues, where you might want a bright blue like this, that's almost the same value, like outlining your entire thing. And that's going to give a major impact in your image, right? Like this is going to make your image just like the color is just, it's extreme. But if I make it black and white, it's not that extreme, right? Like these values are kind of the same. And so it's sort of a matter of like, does it look good ultimately? But the thing that color can do is on the good side, if it looks good, who cares, right? But on the bad side, sometimes you will convince yourself it looks okay until you sort of untunnel vision yourself because you get so focused on like it's sort of like when you know what something's supposed to be, right? If you're drawing a house and you know it's a house, your brain is going to say this is a well-drawn house, right? Because you know it's a house. It has its windows. It has all the stuff that the house needs. It has its chimney over here. I don't know how to draw a house. It has all the stuff. And you're not thinking about the fact that I just drew a smiley face on my house, Like, you get so tunnel vision that you didn't even or the person drawing it doesn't even consider that it ends up looking weird. And so that happens with color a lot where you know what it's supposed to look like, and so you have no problem seeing through the like for example with color contrast, right? You might have no problem seeing these two colors apart, but if you zoom out, you might, right? And so if this is your highest point of contrast, it's really not that contrasty, right? Not compared to say that, right? Or take a dark color and say like that. Like if like sometimes the contrast it's so subtle, but you're really good at like if you look at it long enough, you're gonna have no issue seeing this, right? This is super easy to see, but it's just not enough for your main punchiness of your painting. Should we care about grayscale for being super perfect? What do you mean? I mean, I think generally a good image will read well in grayscale. I think there are exceptions. To me, going in grayscale is more of it's like it changes what you're thinking about. You can't not think about your black and white values if you're turning your screen to black and white. If you don't turn your screen to black and white, you might be just looking at color and thinking, oh, there's enough contrast here, it reads, but you haven't actually broken your painting into black and like, especially if you're doing like light and shadow, right? If you have some bright areas in here, maybe there's some bright areas. Oops, I did not mean to rotate my canvas. Just hitting buttons. So for example, let's say I have light coming in here, right? So we've got our light. If you want it to make it clear that this is light, that's great. And then when I make it grayscale, you can still tell it's light. But sometimes your brain is going to read one thing as lighter than the other just because it's a more yellow or something. even though it might not be brighter. And so if I'm using this instead, let's do a different example. So let's see if I can do examples that don't suck today. If this is like, you know, oh, well, shadows are cool and light is bright, and these are your two values, well, this does, you know, again, you can tell what this is. Your brain can understand that the yellow is the light and the blue isn't. But the problem is it doesn't make any, like, it visually it just doesn't read that way, right? Like, if you look at this long enough, you can convince yourself that it's right. But anyone who's just seeing it for the first time is going to be like, what's that bright blue doing? That doesn't look like shadow. That looks like a light or glowing or something, right? The shadow should be darker in value, right? Maybe then that can look like, and maybe the light can even be brighter in value. Now that might start looking like light and shadow, right? Especially if we start doing things with shape and design, where we have, like, you know, cracks across the sidewalk that continue on in here, you know, like, it looks like a beam of laser. Yeah, right? It doesn't look right. But if we do something like this, like, okay, well, maybe now we can start to get some lighting in there or something, you know, like, and the difference is that the shadows are dark, right? Shadows have less light, so they should be radiating less light. It's not just about the color, right? That still doesn't quite look great, but you get the idea. Hopefully you get the idea. So that's where I think values are super important, is when you're actually trying to depict Windows security threat. It took an action, really. Okay. Apparently my computer is detecting fishy stuff on my computer. That's not good. But good job, Windows antivirus or something, I guess. Random pop-up. All right. Does the method matter for getting grayscale? Because I hear... No, they are all different. They are all a little different. But they're different on the extremes. So I think for general purpose, it doesn't matter. Uh-oh, bro. I know. Don't... Okay, Peter says, does the method matter for getting grayscale? Because all I hear, those different methods and all these different pros and cons in getting grayscale. But does it really 100% matter? Yo, you have perfect... No. It doesn't matter. That's the point I'm trying to make. Ultimately, it comes down to, does your image actually read well, sort of with fresh eyes, objectively? Right? Like, not objectively, subjectively. Like, if you show it to people, can they tell what it is? The problem is that when you're the one making the art, it's very easy to know what the thing's supposed to look like, and so you can see through its mistakes, right? If you have something that doesn't look quite very clear, your brain is going to know. It's, for example, if you have a pet dog, right? And you got him when he was super cute and he was a puppy, but as he got older, maybe he has had some arthritis, maybe you let its hair grow out, it started walking funny. There might be a point where obviously when you look at your dog, you're like, oh, it's my dog, right? But there might be a point where another person would see your dog and be like, what type of animal is that, right? They are seeing it for the first time. They may not see the shape and silhouette of a dog. They may not see what you see. You understand what it is, and so you have no doubt in your mind what you're looking at. But another person is going to have doubt, right? They might do a double take because your dog looks so shaggy and walks funny, right? Maybe or maybe they're missing a leg, or maybe they're at a weird angle and they can only see 2 of their 4 legs, right? The point I'm making is that when you're the one making your art, sometimes you need a method to take a step back. You need a method to say, like, to look at your painting a little bit more objectively. Turning your screen to grayscale helps you do that. It helps you get those fresh eyes. Again, you can look at it in grayscale and then reject what you see, but it's just nice to remind yourself to take that step back. To be like, if I didn't know what I'm looking at, could I tell what this is, right? I think that's something that a lot of illustrators are constantly asking themselves. Like, if I didn't know what this image was, would I understand what's happening? Right? There's this whole problem. I don't know what you call it. I always just, hello, jump scare?
Jump scare?
Boo. It's kind of a jump scare. Thank you for the 100 bits, Recriner. I appreciate it. Yeah, rotating the painting can help. Really anything. Zooming in, zooming out. Anything to give you a shift of perspective so you can kind of look at it with fresh eyes and ask yourself, what is this? What am I looking at? It's why yeah, I mirror it a little. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I mirror it. Mirroring the canvas is very similar. It's so like same thing if you're, let's say you're gonna paint an environment and you start out horizon lines flat, but as you're painting, you draw some mountains and you draw some stuff, and as you paint, very imperceptibly over time, obviously here it's happening fast, so you're all noticing it, but I'm making the horizon line a little tilted, and pretty soon everything might start looking tilted to you. But or sorry, everything won't look tilted, right? Everything's gonna look upright, and you know, by the time you're done, you might not even be aware that you have a tilted canvas or that your whole scene is tilted. And then you flip it, and it does this, it goes from that angle to that angle, and it's just like it jumps at you. It's like, oh, the whole thing's tilted. If you've ever drawn a portrait and then flipped it, and you realize now the eyes aren't aligned and everything's all wonky, that's because you got used to it. Over time, you got used to the little imperfections. You got used to the weird wonkiness. And flipping it helps you re-look at the composition. It helps you re-look at the balance. For example, when I flip this painting, I immediately notice that these three all are in a perfect row. I didn't really intend for them to look like that, and I didn't notice until I flipped it. So maybe I want this one a little larger, and this one a little smaller. Or maybe I want this one a little bigger, and this one a little smaller, and this one a little smaller. Yeah, exactly. Or there's, yeah, definitely a bias, Vegas. I don't know if that's quite confirmation bias, but it's like it's like just tunnel vision. I don't know if tunnel vision bias is a thing, but it's basically, I mean, yeah, it's probably rooted in the same sort of thing as confirmation bias. But yeah, you've become used. I mean, the example I always give is like, I mean, it's really just like an information exchange issue where like you have more information than the viewer, and so you're forgetting that they don't have all the information you have, right? This happens when kids tell stories. You know, they will. I mean, there's actually, I'm not going to use the example. Well, no, I'm not going to. I have an example to use. But this happens a lot when kids will tell stories where they'll start talking about a person and they'll use the word he a lot. And like, he did this and he did that, and then I did that and they did that. And it's like, who are we talking about? You haven't actually specified who's in the story, right? Like, you've got to give me the info so that I can follow, right? I know you know what you're talking about, but no one else does, right? That and this happens if you're like, anytime you have an idea in your head, right? If you want to, you know, my go-to example is the spooky house. You know, if you're trying to paint a spooky house, like, what makes a house spooky, right? Is it just an old house? Does it have literal ghosts in it? Because that's not something that I see when I look at a spooky house. It's more of a feeling, right? And so if you just paint a spooky house, it might just look like an old house, right? If you're not careful. You might have to do some extra work to explain to the viewer that it's haunted or that it has ghosts. Because unless you actually show me something that makes me convinced it's scary, that idea just lives in your head, right? You might have had an experience, but you have to convince me, right, as the viewer. or the other viewer, someone else. And that's tricky, and it's very easy to forget, or very easy to, you know, I mean, here's an example in my current painting. Now, I'm kind of doing this intentionally, but this is a painting I'm working on for a puzzle. There is a super subtle message in here. And it's not meant to really be discovered, so I don't really care if it comes across clearly. But, like, if this were the only indication that these sheep are actually people who have been transformed, if, you know, person times potion equals sheep, you would never understand that what the story is. The story might be as clear as day in my head, right? I can understand that the the people came to this fair or festival. You know, maybe there's witches that live in here that we can't see, so you have to assume they're witches. You know, unless you get little hints. But you know, the people came here and they drank some potion and they were transformed into sheep. That is not a clear story in this image. If that is what your narrative is, you have failed, because does not come across. Even though you're like, well, yeah, but it should be clear. Well, no, it's not. That's not going to be clear. If you've never seen this image before, you're going to look at this and say, oh, what a bunch of cute little sheep, right? Oh, one has a little bow on it, right? You thought the bow tie was the eyes? Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's a point where, like, oh, maybe I need to make the eye a little bit more contrasty, you know? Maybe put not some eyebrows, but some lighter color around the eyes so that you can see. Explains the bow tie. Yeah, but like, yeah, this is more of an Easter egg than the actual point of the image. But again, to me, I know what this is, so I don't need to explain it to myself. And so it's easy to forget. It's easy to be tunnel visioned. And sometimes these little methods of flipping the canvas or turning it to black and white can help ask yourself, like, can I tell what this is if I just walked into the room and saw it for the first time? Right? Can you tell what this is if you make it black and white? Yeah, I think I can. I can tell these sheep, enough of them are clear enough. You know, some of them don't stand out a ton, right? This one kind of blends into the grass here, right? It's not super clear where this blue meets the green. You know, this one, you know, some of them, like this one kind of blends in, but I think overall it reads pretty well. But again, if this were the main point of the image, I would have failed, even though I still know what it is. And that's kind of what all these methods do, right? Flipping the canvas, they just snap you out of whatever. They're all an attempt at snapping you out of whatever bias you're having or whatever tunnel vision you're having. It's sort of a, and again, none of them are perfect. Some of them hardly even work. Sometimes the best antidote is just to step away, paint something else for a bit, come back to it when you've forgotten what you were painting, and then take a look at it and see if you remember. See if you can still tell what it is tomorrow, you know? It's a tricky situation, and it's honestly one of the reasons that I think painting is such an interesting thing. Because it really is, hey, Save Mary, how's it going? Sheep, so cute little sheep, thanks. But yeah, I think painting is one of those things because it sort of sheds some light on the psychology of, like, you know, communicating with pictures. And there's all these things that people take for granted. And, you know, we assume that, like, just because we understand something, the other people need to understand it. And this happens with words too, right? Where you feel like you're explaining something to someone, but there's all this additional information. You know, this happens a lot, like, did Joe just swear on stream? I don't think so. I've sworn on stream before, but I don't think I just swore. What do you think I just said, Vegas? Hi, Vegas, or I was gonna say hi, Vegas again. That's really interesting Easter egg. I guess the people visiting the tent ought to have known. Did they technically advertise accurate? Technically, yeah, maybe. Free drinks, yeah. Get them, that's funny. No, I'm curious what you thought I said. What did it sound like I said? Cute little... Oh, I said ships. S-H-I-P-S. Instead of ships. I said ships. and then I said sheep because I was reading Mary's comment. Mary typoed ships instead of sheep, and I read both. I first read the typo, and then I read the corrected version. But yeah, I could see cute little ships sound like I'm swearing. For photography, says Sir Ibram, I actually take days apart before deciding next steps. Yeah, and I think that's useful. I don't know. I really love this side of painting though, because it really does sort of tap into some of the psychology about like how we can fool ourselves or think we know something when we don't, or you know, it's something's clear to us but not to anyone else, and sort of guessing your own senses, right? Not you're sort of learning to not trust your own senses, and I like that because our senses are so fallible. And it's honestly astounding the amount of people who go through life having no idea that their brain constantly makes stuff up and lies to them. It's almost scary, you know, like there are people behind vehicles driving all day who think that they can trust their brains 100%. And it's like, "Oh, I haven't slept in 24 hours, but I'm good to drive." Are you insane? Like your brain is an idiot when you haven't slept in 24 hours. Like if you think you can drive well, or if you think you can make good choices when you haven't slept in 24 hours, you are completely delusional. It might feel like you can, but you're not. I love your art. Aw, thank you, Save Mary. I appreciate it. Those cognitive biases are so strong, even if I... Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, they are for everyone, right? I mean, even though you know they exist, you still have them. That's just how our brains work, right? Our brains have evolved from these, like, these things are useful. It's useful for our brains to connect things and make assumptions and try to predict based on limited information, right? We do this all the time. It's useful that we can take context into something even when not everyone has that context, right? And sometimes we forget to communicate it. Yeah, in a world where everyone is so, everyone isn't all living and seeing and witnessing the same events, and yeah, we can forget that other people weren't there, or that what you see is not the same angle that someone else sees, or something that looks scary. There's like all the biases. Like, yeah, they all served us and they do continue to serve us, but art is a weird thing where, because it's such a limited form of communication, that it can kind of serve us wrong. It can backfire on us. And I don't know, it's just a wonderful side of art. I feel like it's like two of my joys in the world sort of colliding and coming together. So yeah. Not sleeping is equivalent to being drunk. Yeah. And some people genuinely but the thing is, unlike drinking where that you're like you've had things not to drink, you could be like chronically sleep deprived and just like, this is just me being normal. Well, how do you know? How do you know what your normal is if you so slowly went into non-normal, right? This is like if you're crazy, do you know you're crazy? Or if you're stupid, do you know you're stupid? Like if you're slowly having this incremental every day, like something is wrong with you just a little bit more, do you realize it? The what is that? The boiling frog analogy, which I know has been debunked, but the analogy is still good, which is, you don't really notice if something changes so incrementally over time. And maybe the boiling frog is a bit extreme, but even in your own apartment, you can test it by like, if someone else sets the thermostat just a teeny tiny bit, and eventually you're like, oh man, it's hot in here. And it's like, how did it get so hot? You didn't feel it every step of the way. You just suddenly noticed it. Because once it got so bad. And I think we all do that, where we just don't notice the little silly things in our art because we're focused on something else. Or there's that famous experiment where they, you try to count the people juggling different balls and stuff, and in the middle of the scene, a person in a gorilla costume walks out and beats their chest and then walks past right through the center of the stage. And like half of everyone who watches this thing, if you're busy counting, trying to track the balls, you do not see the gorilla walk by the stage, right? And it's just like it's just like that type of tunnel vision. I don't know. There's just so much stuff like that. I just love that stuff. And yeah, art brings it out. Are you gonna say goodnight? Good night, Mr. Big Cookie. Yeah, I noticed the my sleep deprivation a lot when I played chess, because chess, or any ranked game really, chess has like an elo attached to it, right? It has a rating, and you can't escape it. I mean, I guess you can play unrated games of chess, but I don't know if anyone does. And so yeah, if I'm tired and I start playing chess, I feel the same. I feel like I'm making the best move I can. I feel like I am playing well, but I'm just not. I'm making clearly bad moves, and I start losing the game. And I'm like, what happened? Where did I go wrong? And well, it's because I'm tired and I'm just not thinking as well. Art is therapy? It can be. Not for me. or do you mean like therapy as in like the kind where you don't mean therapeutic, you mean like sort of digging into issues? I mean, I think it definitely can do that. I use it more as like the mental therapy, like teasing apart. No, art to me is more philosophy. For me, art is more philosophy. But I don't know. I actually find art quite difficult. Like it's not relaxing and therapeutic. Some people, some people can just sit down and it comes easy and they aren't challenging. I'm constantly sort of trying. I mean, even at the start of the stream, right? I was like, let's paint something from the top down view, and I was struggling with it. It's not easy. It takes work. It's not a thing I'm always in the mood for. Some days I'm just too tired. I can't even be bothered to like open up my paint program. Like, part of me wants to paint, but I'm just too tired to do it. So yeah, I wouldn't call it therapy for me. Unless, depending on what you mean by that. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a, and this, again, maybe this isn't what you're talking about, but there's a little bit of this idea that art needs to be this super happy, joyous time, and everything is pleasant and there's no struggles. I don't think that's true. I mean, I'm not trying to perpetuate a struggling, tortured artist stereotype either, but it can be difficult. I think I listened to a 3 Point Perspective episode on this like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and the artist Samantha Cotterill, I think is her name. She used the analogy for this as like to running. Even if you like running, it's still work and it's not always easy. And there's still days you have terrible runs. And like maybe partway through your run you'll like it. Maybe you always hate it. But like after the run you can still be like, I'm glad I did that, At least for me. I don't like running. I hate running. So art isn't quite like running for me. I like it quite a bit more than running. But anything where like you do it, sometimes it takes effort to start. It's not always an easy thing to start, but you are happy you did it and it feels fulfilling. And I don't know. Or like, I think in my real life it'd be like, if my grandma called me up and is like, will you help me move? And I'm like, oh, I really don't want to move. Like moving stuff sucks, right? Carrying things, moving it, but you're like, fine, I'll do it. And then you're so glad that you did it because she couldn't have done it on her own. And like, it's, like you feel good about it. You're happy to help, but also you're not always in the mood to help someone move, Moving furniture and stuff, it's just you aren't always up for it. Sometimes art's like that. I don't know. I don't think you have to like it. I mean, okay, you should like it, but the process itself doesn't have to be like blissful, right? And that's how I am. The process, like most of my satisfaction for art is like a long-term thing. It feels like it happens after the fact. Some of it happens during. Like I like the. I mean, because now I'm sounding a whole lot like I'm saying I like the outcome, but no, it's not even that. Like, it's. I don't know. Let me think about this. Art is therapy, meaning just digging deep into all the psychological stuff. Yeah, oh, true. Yeah, that. Yeah, yeah. So in that sense, I think it is. I say this. I there's this thing that I say sometimes, and I'm not. I've stopped saying it because I feel like it comes off as therapy advice. I don't think I'm anywhere informed enough to actually give therapy advice. But I have said many times, and I'll say it again since we're on this topic, that thinking about things in sort of this way, especially as it comes to making art and, why am I making art in the first place? And, like, it should, oh, I'm not feeling good about, say, AI. And like, well, okay, well, asking the question like, well, what is it actually doing? What are you doing? Who's the audience? Why do you make art in the first place? All these things, right? Teasing them apart, taking different perspectives. I really do think it to some degree shields you against a lot of like the common negative thoughts that artists have, because you sort of have your answers, right? If you're not going to feel depressed when a painting doesn't go well, because you've understood that like that's part of it, right? And or you've sort of come to terms with these things because you've thought about them before. You're not just being hit over the head with all these harsh realities that you were unaware of, but by thinking about them through, you sort of you real like for example, if you think art always has to be this blissful joyous experience, and then you're like, oh, I don't like my art, it takes so much effort to do, like maybe I'm not a real artist, and like, yeah, that could be trauma, you could torment yourself to the end with that. But like that's not what art needs to be. That's not why I do art. I don't do it just, because it's always easy and fun. Part of me wants to learn art. Well, learning stuff is hard. It has to be. If it were easy, you're not learning, right? That this idea that like or even with just like, trying something new and then failing at it and being bad. Like, yeah, you're trying something new. Of course you're going to be bad. Like how many beginners, not no beginner is a master artist, right? When they pick up a paintbrush, that doesn't exist. And yet we beat ourselves up because we take time to learn things that, I've never painted a horse before. Oh my gosh, I can't get this horse right. It's so frustrating. Why is it frustrating? Right? It's frustrating because you're new to painting horses. Like that's expected, And yet we constantly go into like anguish over these literally predictable and expected things that should not cause us any stress. Because one, it's like it'd be like saying, I don't know, oh, I'm stressing out about my spicy food after I dumped in a bucket of chili powder. Well, what the heck is wrong with you? Like, of course it's gonna taste like chilies if you dump in chili powder. Like, what did you think was gonna happen, right? That's not a problem that should concern you. And if it is, just don't add so much chili. But like it's a predictable thing. And anyway, so yeah, I find that it actually, to me, it is like therapy in that way. Like I don't typically get stressed about making art. It's not easy. It's hard, but like that's what I signed up for, right? I signed up for the difficult. That's actually why I like it. Is because it's a challenge. There's constantly new things to learn. I feel like it's fulfilling in that way. It's not just a close my eyes, plug my ears, and paint in pure bliss. Like no, I like the learning and the struggle, and yeah, I like all that. So anyway, okay, next thumbnail. I spent way too long on that one. Oh gosh, I've only done 3 thumbnails. That's like full-on paintings. Worst speed. No, it doesn't matter. I don't need to go fast, but sometimes when I'm blabbering, I go particularly slow. Maybe I can get some reds down here. That would be fun. We have a lot of blue, but not a lot of red. Let's do one more. I like the thumbnail. Like thumbnail phase for me, I consider the more therapeutic part. Oh, see, I think it's for me. I don't know if I agree with that. I do agree. Some stuff you do enjoy, some stuff you don't enjoy. That's normal. There are some aspects that can be somewhat therapeutic. Yeah, I mean, I think for me the therapeutic side of art. I mean, again, therapeutic is kind of this weird term because it's going to be different for everybody. Like, I can find chess therapeutic, right? So it's, to me, I do need a level of stimulus in my brain. I need to be making choices. If I'm not making choices that matter, then it's just going to be mind-numbing and boring. And that's actually, with rendering, now, this is not a good example because I actually do like rendering this piece, but most of the time with rendering, it's not therapeutic for me. Rendering is sort of this like hair pulling experience because it's not something that it's not something that tickles my brain in the right way, you know? I need something that is giving me little problems to solve and things to like to tease apart and think, okay, well, how do I show this? How do I do this? That's what I need in a painting. So rendering can be sometimes the opposite of therapeutic because I need some level of like problem solving. But I think this kind of thing but again, I don't like the word therapeutic because it's still difficult and I'm not always in the mood for it. And I think especially in this stage, in the very early stage, I mean, on stream is a little weird, admittedly, because kind of what I'm doing on stream, I'm not truly problem solving. Like, this one maybe was problem solving, which is why it took so dang long. This one is not, right? This is kind of in my comfort zone. I very much stuck to what I knew. And so this is closer to therapeutic than this. But I think the good thumbnails, like if this were for maybe a commission or for like a big project or something and I was not streaming, I don't think I would consider thumbnailing therapeutic because I would want to put in the time and energy and effort to like do the research and figure stuff out and take the time that's necessary, not just zip through like I am on stream. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't. I guess if I ever need therapy, art isn't gonna be that for me personally. So I don't really need my art to be therapeutic. Some people do. Some people want their art to be therapeutic. I don't know. There are definitely times. I think again, the term therapeutic is tricky for me because I think when I hear that term, I think of like relaxing. And I definitely don't always find art relaxing. It's actually the opposite, right? It's stimulating in some ways. You're gonna go take a nap? Yeah, take care, Vegas. Thanks for being here. But yeah, Titan on YouTube said you agree with you for rendering. Yeah, it's different for everyone. It's definitely different for everyone. It's very clear that it's different for some people because some people love spending hours and hours just toiling away with details. You know, they could do a painting like this, you know, every week and they could dump 60 hours into rendering a week. And like, I would go mad. I mean, I wouldn't, well, maybe, okay, this is a weird example because this is the one painting I've done in my life with rendering that I actually am liking the rendering on because it matters to me. Like the little details actually are important. But normally it just feels like, oh, let me make this thing look shiny. And oh, let me make the little nuts and bolts. Like that's not important. Okay, These are all very blue. Let's do another one. So maybe these have... I don't know. Little blue shapes in here. Some skinny, some tall. So what I'm doing here, these thumbnails are kind of based on this. Oh, ignore that. Also, you know, I haven't put the bright lights here, but they're kind of based on this. This is a painting I did a thumbnail from a couple streams ago. And I'm trying to sort of add like additional sketches into this sort of world, but maybe we're more zoomed in. Because I like the color palette. I like the idea of this glowy blue stuff. But yeah, let's do the bright light up here. That might be too bright. But I think that will work. There. Now what about this one? I don't think that one would be able to see it. Maybe this one we'd see it. There. Maybe it's something like that. But yeah, for this one, I want to put some reds in here. Maybe there's like... something like this. Some red roofs or something. And maybe the red roofs have... light coming on them. So maybe we'll do something like... something like that, maybe. But yeah, thank you for the follow. I don't know if I said thank you properly, or I forget. Maybe here, and then maybe these have some greenery. And then, again, I don't want to use all the exact same colors, but then maybe this stuff has the brightness down here. So maybe we do something like a layout like that. I think the reds... yeah, the reds could be fun. I'm not quite sure how I want to approach it. It would just be a nice contrast, I think. I think it would just make for a nice color palette. Some little reds down here, but not too many. Maybe there's little buildings. Some of these buildings can have some light. I don't know, maybe a little bit of light. I'm not quite sure what shape of the buildings. I like these buildings, actually. They're very witchy and like tower built, you know. They feel like witchy towers, which I kind of enjoy. So maybe we'll keep that. Little witchy towers. But I'm not sure that the shapes are going to look as good this way. Something like that, maybe? I don't know how the tops of these things look, but we'll go like this. And then over here. And then little things sticking out that way. And then down here, and then down here we can have the glowy stuff poking through. Maybe that'll work. Kind of like that. I don't know how we're getting this light down here though. That doesn't really make sense in the... Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. Here, maybe we'll go more color dodge. I know it's a little... I'm going a little heavy-handed with the color dodge, but I think it'll be okay. Because that's kind of the point, right? It's sort of this bright blue, glowing thing. Maybe some of these towers can go a little taller. We can. I do like some of the shapes here with these like half arches. I think it'd be kind of neat because this has some. Oops. This has some, you know, these little spires, and obviously these spires feel very big, but maybe there are. Oops. Maybe there are smaller spires down here as well. These are the big. These can be the bigger spires. Maybe this is like the land here. And then this is the maybe like a dark maybe like a dark blue on the edge just to contrast it, and then we can get the light blue on the edge here. Something like that could work. I don't know. Do I like that? I'm asking you guys if I like it. I'm not sure if I like it. It feels very tiny. It feels like we're looking off into a city, kind of. It's far away. I don't think I like the overall shape of the buildings and the visual read on it. What about, because this one, these things are coming straight out of the land here. So what if these are like, are part of this? I realize I'm kind of just moving colors around or shapes, and so this might be a little bit wonky here. Okay, I think, I mean, there's something that this feels like the... Let me see. Let me try to fix this. I don't want too much brightness here. Maybe we can get a little bit. I mean, this is going... Hold on, let's see. How red do I want this stuff? I don't know. I do want these shapes to read. Do I want them to be super dark? I mean, I kind of like them dark. I think also... I mean, we have a contrast issue for sure. But I feel like these shapes over here... I mean, I guess we could do this. So hold on, here's an idea. This is gonna feel more like this other one. This might feel a little bit claustrophobic, though. And then maybe some, again, we could put some greens in here. I don't know if that's gonna look good. Greens. Maybe we put some greens up here. We could also put some reds up here. Up in the tippy tops. Or like right along, ooh, this could be a thing, right along here. Because this is gonna be like this part, right? So up here we have this yellow. So maybe we do that. Maybe we make this more yellow. To like kind of show that some of that warm light is coming down. And then down here, get a little bit more blue, especially from the glow from this. Kind of like that. And then down here, little thingies. These can also be spires. This is actually probably closer to the first one that I was trying to do that I actually like. Where we have these little things down here and maybe like this stuff kind of comes back into the distance. I kind of like that. Maybe it's like a gate or some sort of archway in the mountains. I think this lighting though can definitely go heavy on the top here. And then we can get some of this stuff to be really shadowy. Something like that, maybe? I think I like that. Also, I didn't ask, and I don't know if you're still here, Titan. But if you have any art you'd like to share, if you do any art yourself, I assume you do based on what we've been talking about. But if you'd like to share anything, feel free. I'd love to see what you work on. What kind of stuff you do. And that goes for anyone. If anyone would like to share what they've been working on or anything they've done in the past, please feel free to share. Okay, that's kind of a fun little painting. I like that. Okay, let's do a voting. Let's do a vote. Put this to a vote. We will work on one of these. Alright, let me just clean that up, and that, and this, and that. And then I'll work on one of these till the end of stream. I'm gonna make a straw poll. Oh, you are still here. Okay. You know what? This might be... I think you've set a new record. Because normally... So I normally have the YouTube VOD running in the background just as like a way to save the stream so that I have the recording for my Twitch stream. So normally people don't even show up on YouTube. So I'm thankful you're here. So thank you for being here and sticking around. But I think this is the longest anyone has ever stuck around on YouTube. I mean, most people don't view stream. Most people never will find my stream on YouTube, and those that do, typically it just like randomly pops up for them, and they're like, I don't even do art, but hi, and they leave. So, but yeah, hi, glad you're here. Also, I have no idea how YouTube handles links. I have zero idea how YouTube handles links. You might be able to just post a link to like an Instagram or something if you want to share. But it also might not allow it. I don't know. Also, I just realized these numbers are all... I prefer YouTube over Twitch because ads. Fair enough. Totally fair, actually. Although, yeah, because you can use ad block on YouTube, right? I don't think that works on Twitch. Twitch's ads are obnoxious. I don't run ads. I only have pre-rolls, so only the very first time that you view the stream. So like if you just pop in once today, I think you'll get an ad the first time you pop in, but then if you're here for 2 hours, you'll have only gotten those one ad or the ad that first time. So I only have pre-rolls on. I don't run ads during my stream because they're annoying. They're annoying to run. They're annoying to get. You're kind with ads on Twitch. You're kind of screwed if you do, screwed if you don't, sort of thing. Where, if new people are coming into your stream for the first time, suddenly they're all bombarded with ads before they even know if they want to stick around, and that sucks. Or if you manually run ads, then you just get ads popping up every hour, and that sucks too. Like, no matter what you do as a streamer, ads are gonna piss somebody off, and I still don't know what one I like. Although I think the data is out, right? We have enough data to know. I'm pretty sure running pre-rolls is worse than manually running ads. I think manually running ads is as far as I know, is better, and I think the data supports that in terms of people sticking around. I think if people are in your stream for say 45 minutes and then they get an ad, they're much less likely to be a regular viewer in the long run than if they first get bombarded with an ad right when they join. Which, again, sucks because the total number of ads is way less doing it the way I'm doing it. But for growth, I think it's quite a bit worse. I think. I could be wrong there. Let's write some numbers. The number 1, number 2, the number 3, and 4. There we go. That's supposed to be a 4. Okay, these are all very blue thumbnails. That's okay. Titan says, I don't have anything uploaded, and I wanted to post pieces to YouTube, actually, but YouTube hates me about image posts for some reason. How do you post images to YouTube? I don't know anything about YouTube and image posts, actually. Let me make a straw poll real quick. These all look great. Coffee, more coffee, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, the title on Twitch will be, or not on Twitch, on the straw poll will be vote. And it'll have 4 options. We will work on one of those 4 options. I will post the straw poll to both the YouTube and the... Okay, there's the straw poll. There's the link for anybody who would like to... or I posted it twice. But there's the link for anyone who would like to vote. I will pin it to the top of chat on Twitch for, I don't know, 4 minutes. Let's do 4 minutes. Coffee, more coffee, how have you been? I guess I have to vote for all 4. Well, if you do that, that's like throwing your vote away. You're welcome to throw your vote away, Coffee, but you know, maybe do all but one. Whoops, you can't see them all. There we go. Maybe do all but one. That way you can do like a least favorite. That's the equivalent of doing your least favorite. But yeah, all of these, the ideas more or less, you know, they're like a village or something, or some civilization maybe in this bottom of this ravine with a glowy, magical something or other. You know, like building it on like a magical river. I think I like 4 the best. 4 has some fun perspective. I think that's what I'm going to vote for. And thank you for the follow. Not all win no matter what will come top. You think so? Since I like them all. Oh, I see what you're saying. That way you're guaranteed to be a winner. Yeah, but that doesn't help, like, push the result in a direction. Like, I mean, yeah, you can vote for all of them. That's fair. I guess I like, from that perspective, it's not bad. That's not a bad way to think about it. That's funny. It's funny that I hadn't thought about that. But yeah. 4? Oh, the link. Here's the link. Kirliuin. Yeah, I like 4s. I'm gonna also vote for 4. I have a hunch 4 is gonna win because it's the only one with any warm colors in it, and warm and cool. Yeah, 4 is just it's winning. 4 is 1. It's not even a contest. It's done. I'm still going to let it run its course, but I think it's pretty decided at this point. It's funny how that works, though. A little bit of warmth can go a long way. I wonder what would have happened if instead of that, I would have done this. What if I would have gone a little bit of orange in here, like this? You know, what if I would have done something like that? Or maybe some orange down here. Like, would this then have won the vote? Funny enough, I do have legit a piece that is posted on my YouTube, so I literally have no idea why YouTube won't let me do image posts anymore. Huh. Yeah, I don't really know how that all works with posting to YouTube. I haven't really used YouTube much other than just my videos or from the streams. Wait, he's gonna influence the result? I know I'm rigging the vote. No, we can do the same over here. Look. Orange over here, and orange over here, and totally not rigging the vote. No, we should undo that to make it fair. Sometimes I'll add a cat into them to make, like, look, there's a cute kitten on this rock right here. And, you know, everybody wants a cute kitten. Well, you can't see it. It's not a very good dark background, but look at the cute kitten. Here, let's give it some contrast. There. Now what's your vote, huh? Huh? What one are you gonna vote for now? Are you gonna leave the cute kitten abandoned? Yeah, but I think number 4 is still winning. I like how 1 actually has gained a vote since I've added the kitten. I think it's just a coincidence, though. Yeah, no, number 4. Okay, let's do number 4 then. I think it's 1. Oh yeah, it's no longer pinned. Okay. The results are in. Good. I'm glad this one won because it's my favorite. It's always nice when the painting you want to work on is the one that you get to work on. Oh, we're getting a raid! Welcome, raiders! Welcome, welcome! How are you? What were you doing? What are you doing? No. I can't cheese the system. Not today. Sorry. Flat Joseph. Hi. Welcome, raiders. How are you, Flat Joseph? How was your stream? Kittens are also a strong cognitive bias. Yeah, we just like cute. Oh, so what happened here? I thought. There we go. Yeah, kittens have a certain level of sway when we put them up for in a vote. Your cam disappeared, by the way. Oh, thanks. Here we go. Hi, raiders. How are you? My name's Joe. I paint environments. I am doing a part 2 kind of to this painting, where we are doing like a scene, but from above, looking down. I guess still looking down into like this valley where we have a river, and a little island, or a little castle or town or village or something with this glowing magical water stuff and rocks and spires and cozy little witchy town or something. I don't know. It's a fun painting. And lately I've also been working on this, which is a little different than my normal stuff. And so yeah, I do a lot of environments and all sorts. Cam jump scare, yes, yeah, it's the jump scare. We were exploring new update from Star Citizen. Stream went well. Ooh, I don't know much about Star Citizen. Wait, Star Citizen? Okay, I only know the controversy around that. Isn't Star Citizen the game that has been in development for like 10 years after a Kickstarter has gathered like $1 billion or something, and there's been like basically no real like updates? Isn't that the game? Like basically a scam? Or is it a real game? Wait, now I'm curious. Am I thinking of the right game? Like, hasn't that game basically been decided it's a scam? Like that the game's never coming out, but they keep stringing people along for forever, and like maybe are there actually people working on the game? I have so many questions. Now I wish I was in your stream. Flat Joseph says there are tons of updates. So on we just got rated on Twitch. And yeah, so Star Citizen is a game that was kickstarted. Oh, there have been tons of updates. Okay. Is it still massively under promised though? Like I feel like nothing in the original like hype has, I don't know. I need to look into it cuz I'm very like it's basically like it was pitched as this awesome thing and people wanted to back it and support it, but it just never, like as far as I know it kind of, I thought it kind of just like they keep like releasing stuff but it was never good. I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, from everything I've heard, which again I am not that well informed, but it sounds like it was just a giant scam, but maybe not. We got a whole new... Okay, so it's actually a game that's released. Okay. We got a whole new star system. Oh, that's cool. Well, it sounds good. I didn't realize it was actually a game that people could play. Okay. I just thought it was like... Yeah, okay. I must be very misinformed then. Oh, fascinating. I gotta Google it when stream is over. That's fascinating. But yeah, I'm working on a painting. I'm gonna try and paint some architecture and maybe do some building designs, some little stuff here. I like the idea of like little round witchy homes, but maybe also something we can do something innovative with this architecture, because right now they're kind of unoriginal or uninteresting. It's been pre-released for most of the time it's been in development. Oh, okay. Huh. Maybe I'm just like way behind on the updates. So what's the main controversy about it? Because I only know about it because of controversy. So maybe I'm just like in the wrong bubbles. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Thanks for coming in. So wait, do you play the game or were you just talking about it? And if you play the game, do you like the game? There are some people that are upset because it uses a ton of RAM, like more than 16 gigabytes. Oh, interesting. Okay, see, I don't think I've heard a single good thing about it. I might just be in like the negative bubble on Twitter or something. Okay. See, okay, I'm probably very biased then. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, I'm fascinated now. I feel like this is a new development in my understanding of this game. Do a lot of people play it? I have so many questions. I thought it was just like a dead game. I do enjoy it when we aren't dealing with lag. I see. Gotcha. Okay, 16 gigabytes. Some takes 30 gigabytes. Yeah, 16 doesn't sound too bad. Huh. Yeah, I'm curious. I wonder if I can put my chat on stream so you can see both chats. I had this for a while, but then I undid it because it wasn't working. No, it's not working. It doesn't seem to be working. Darn, I wish there was a way for me to put chat on screen properly so you guys on the VOD could see it. Or on YouTube. Servers have like 600 players per server. Okay. BRB. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, if you have to go get food or anything after stream, I realize people end streams because they have to like do stuff. So, yeah, if you gotta go do stuff, no worries. Take care. Thank you for coming in. Alright, what do I like about this painting? I like the green, actually. The green is nice. I wonder if there's a way for me to introduce the green without feeling too green. I'm going to try overlay. I didn't realize how green that was, actually. If you're on a small Mac like me, though, the game is 4 gigabytes. Cop, haste, Unbroken Worlds literally lags for me. Yeah, a game that's 4 gigabytes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I only have 8 gigs, I think. I don't have much RAM. Although there are some games though that seem to give some people lots of problems, and I seem to be able to run them pretty well. So I'm not really sure what's up with that because my computer isn't very good. But I've been playing Path of Exile lately. There's a new update recently, and I haven't had any issue running that game. Okay, I'm trying to add in some green back here so that I can keep that color gradient of like warm on top and then it gets progressively cooler down below. Although, unfortunately, I think I need to make some of this maybe cooler here. Maybe we'll go like this. We'll take that purple color and we'll just purplify it. That's not a word, but it is now. Purplify. Also play League of Legends 2. No issues there despite how large it is. I played League for years. It was a fun game. I liked League. My issue with it was that it took a lot to stay up to date with new patches and new characters. And I have this thing where if I'm going to play a game, I try to play it to like the best of my ability. And with League of Legends, it just felt like it was such a chore. Like, it was fun. I liked the competitive side of it. I liked trying to climb the ranks, you know. But every time they'd have like a reset, you had to go back on this grind, relearn stuff. It was constantly like it just the time invested needed to like stay relevant or stay like you always felt like you could keep getting better, and it just like on one hand I like that, but on the other hand I think I there's just better things to do. Also so one of the things I constantly praise League of Legends for is that I think I learned some really good things from that game, especially as I've applied it to art. So one of the things I've learned is sort of the like focus on what you can control and don't focus on the stuff you can't, right? Like learning to not worry about terrible teammates is such a valuable lesson. You know, it is almost the equivalent of like stressing about what the algorithm's doing, or stressing about all these little things that you just don't really have control over, especially social media numbers. That's probably like the big analogy. It's like, no, keep making better art, keep getting better at what you can control, and you will rise, right? You will continue, just keep improving and you'll win more games. That's basically the motto that you had to learn. A lot of people didn't learn that, right, in League of Legends. A lot of people, they were more focused on trying to get their teammates to play better than ever actually evaluating their own skills, and ever then, like, be objective about your art and what you can do to get better. Like, those kinds of lessons, I think, were really valuable. And it was more of an entire mindset shift. And I think just hearing it, you're like, well, of course. But then actually applying it is a little trickier. So years of playing League of Legends, that I think helped a lot. Gandalf Town? Yeah, a little bit of a Gandalf Town, isn't it? I like that sort of motto you somehow learned from League. Yeah, I mean, it's basic. Well, like, all the nonsense about Elo Hell, like, every time I heard Elo Hell, I just kind of cringed a little bit. It's like, sure, like, you are 1/4 of your team, or 1/5, sorry, which means you can only contribute 20%. Well, not only, but like, on a normal game, you're only contributing 20%. That means there's a lot that is out of your control. And it does suck when you feel like you play well, but you still lose. But, like, that's what happens when you have a system with variance in it, right? There's going to be your ups and your downs, and you're going to try something new and it's going to not work, and then you're going to lose. Or maybe you'll win, and it feels like it's random, right? Well, art's kind of the same way sometimes, Sometimes paintings, you have good paintings and terrible paintings and better paintings, and it's like, it's all up and down, and it's this constant, like, sorry, I'm drawing over my own paint here. Let's do it over here. Right? If this is like the graph of your progression, right? You have ups and downs and highs and lows, and you make a really bad painting, but like, over time, hopefully you have, like, that's probably not the best fit line, but you get the point. Like, over time, as long as you're focused on improving, you will make better and better paintings over time, right? This painting over here, which was not a good painting, is better than your best painting at this point. And, like, knowing that, like, it's so easy to say, oh my gosh, my teammates suck, look at me lose these games, what terrible games, what terrible pieces of art, it feels like it's out of your control with art, right? Because you're constantly trying new things, there's tons of variance, and, right, there's so much variance in art that it can feel like, one painting can be your best painting ever, and the next could be your worst painting, and you're like, what is happening? It's like, well, just focus on what you can control. Focus on the fundamentals. Focus on, your skills that are objective-ish, and go from there. Anyway, so yeah, I guess we both learned art philosophy. Yeah, I mean, seriously, like, learning how to deal with sort of that struggle of, like, and also just, like, how to get better, right? From watching the pros play, or watching a recording of your own game, or like, trying to analyze your own gameplay and focus on, like, the fundamentals, like your creep score, right? Or focusing on individual things like your lane matchup, focus on your lane, or then focus on the mid game, and like, there's different parts. There's a lot of stuff like that applies. But once I learned that stuff, I'm like, okay, I think it's time to move on. I've got what I'm gonna get out of it. Huri Luan, I don't know how to say your name, but you said, how many hours a day do I paint? I don't paint every day. I'd like to, but I don't always have the energy or the willpower or the discipline to not do other things that seem more fun in the moment. But when I do paint, especially on stream days, I paint for about 4 to 5 hours. And then I do that 3 days a week. So at minimum, I paint 12 hours. but the painting quality in that time is not that great because I'm distracted. I'm doing multiple things. And then if I paint outside of stream, that's just extra. So minimum 12 hours a week. Maximum, I don't know, 60. It just depends on what I'm doing. If I have commissions, if I'm... it really, really depends. But I'm not always painting. I think there's a lot of those myths around painting and like, oh, you've got to always be doing it. I don't think so. I do want to throw in a caveat here, though, because if you're hearing that, like, oh, that's not very much. I think about painting a lot. Like, a ton. You know, whether it's, you know, maybe listening to an art podcast and they're constantly talking about ideas and you know, things about how they think about painting, right? And then I'm thinking about those things in real time. Then maybe I'm walking home or I'm walking somewhere and I'm making observations as if I were painting it. Like, oh, what would be the best way to frame this composition as I'm walking down the street? You know, where would I stand if I were just gonna, like, what's interesting about this scene? What's the focus? You know, how do the shapes read against each other? And if I were to, you know, paint this, what changes would I make to make the focus, you know, more clear? Like, I'll ask myself these questions and kind of mentally, like, dissect you know, if I'm looking at a building, I might break apart the building mentally and like, oh, here's the foundation, here's the brickwork, here's the support structures, here's these other things. So it's sort of like I'm doing a mini study sometimes. Or maybe if I'm looking at, you know, here, like a common one that you could do literally right now if you wanted. Sidewalk shadow images. So something with a color observation that is quite common is if you're walking down the street, you know, you might not even realize it, but because like most people don't look at the shadows when they're walking because their brain sees a big shadow and they're like, oh, it's a shadow. Like, you don't even see it. It's just a sidewalk, right? And your brain is like, oh, this is all gray, but it's not. This is a warm gray. In this case, it's like reddish gray. And this is a blue gray. In this case, it's very blue, right? And you can start to understand why is that the case. Well, because this is lit. Again, there's light here. It's not black. If there wasn't light, it would be black, right? So where's the light coming from? Well, gee, where does the blue light come from? Perhaps the sky that we can't see in the image? But, like, we know the sky is blue because of look how blue these shadows are, right? And also, we know the sun is a bit yellowish because of how, well, bright and warm or yellow, right? It's not literally yellow in this image, but it's pretty warm, right? Like, it's warmer. That's a thing you can pay attention to, is like just the darkness and lightness of the values and the color and the temperature. Sometimes you'll have things like a wall that is red, you know, like right next to the scene. You'll have like a giant red wall, and then you'll have the light come this way, and so you'll have the light, you know, hitting that wall like this. But then in the shadows, you'll have like a little bit of red, and you're like, oh, maybe that shadow is red because it's hitting the wall and bouncing into the shadow. And like that explains why that, you know, like little observations about color, where is it coming from, what's it hitting, why, you know, or like maybe you notice that the shadow under a tree that's overhang, you know, if this it isn't, but imagine this tree were overhanging, maybe you notice that this shadow isn't as blue. Maybe it's more just a dark gray or something, right? Maybe the shadow's more like that. And you're like, why is that? Well, maybe that light is bouncing off the tree. And so this tree has some browns and reds and you know, whatever light that the sky isn't reaching it, right? The sky would be hitting the top. But anyway, so these kinds of things I pay attention to while I'm walking. Not always, right? I have to like consciously do it. But it's just a nice, like, I factor that into when I'm painting? Like, does that count for time painting? Probably not. But at the same time, I feel like that type of, those observations are going to get me far more progress in painting than any amount of just like, you know, just sheer painting hours, you know? So I do a lot more observing than I do painting, I think. So I like the learning part of painting a lot. The observation, looking at, the pros, seeing what they're doing, looking at stuff, learning new concepts, observing those concepts in real life and in other people's work. Um, pretty sure pretty sure you may even do it sometimes subconsciously. I don't know. I don't see that one. I'm not convinced on. I mean, maybe a little bit, but like, I mean, obviously we all see the world and we all experience it. Um, but the fact that like you could be looking at something every day and still have no idea what it looks like is sort of, that's kind, when people talk about learning how to observe, that's kind of the point, right? Is just because you've interacted with a bicycle, maybe you ride a bicycle to and from school or to and from work, but you still couldn't draw it to the point where it would function, right? And it's like, I don't understand how these things work. Because or especially with something more complex. Like, this is that realization that you run headfirst into when you start painting is like, I don't know what things look like. I need references. I have to start observing. And it's not just observing like a non-artist would observe. You have to observe the right kinds of information, right? The information that actually helps you communicate it. It'd be like a writer, I'll use my haunted house analogy again, but now I'm going to adjust it for writing. If you were trying to describe a haunted house to someone, you can't, I mean, you could probably just say haunted house, but like, what is that? Describe it. Like, what makes a house haunted? Is it the sounds? It creaks when you walk in it? You hear voices when they aren't there? Like, what's making it haunted? Well, what if now, instead of a writer, you wanted to paint it? You can't paint the voices. You can't paint the sounds. You can't paint the eerie feeling that makes your skin crawl. How do you show a haunted house? And like, those are the things you have to start paying attention to. Like, what about this makes this thing tick, right? What actually does it look like, or what information is being communicated, and how might I communicate that? I don't think people do that automatically. In fact, I would even argue most people probably don't. I think those are the things that we take for granted, right? You interact. I mean, again, if you look around your apartment, just like at or your house, just look around. Just look at the objects, and now close your eyes or something after you've looked around. Did you actually pay attention, or at any point focus on the shadows of the objects? Probably not, right? If I look across my apartment, I see my toaster oven. I see a toaster oven. My brain says toaster oven. I could focus on the details, the little knobs, the buttons, but at no point did my brain take in that, like, oh, it has a shadow on one side, it's shiny here. Like, maybe the shininess, but like, my brain filters out that information automatically. So no, it's a very intentional process to observe. And that's something that I don't do automatically, I don't think. But I do intentionally do it quite often. And I don't know, it's tricky because, like, I'm not always doing this. Obviously, like, if I'm talking to someone, I'm not doing it, right? If I'm walking down the street and I'm with someone, I'm not going to be observing like that. It's effortful. It's a intentional practice. But yeah, sometimes, yes. I might do it sometimes. I mean, I think also the more that I do it, the easier it becomes to kind of slip into those observation patterns. So, it's not as difficult, or it doesn't take as much effort. Also, like, that thought will trigger more often. So if if I am in a new and novel experience more often than not now, I'm like, oh, I need to pay extra attention to like what I'm seeing, right? Because it's not always the case. Sometimes you just like, you're so caught up in the experience that you're like, oh, it felt really cool. Okay, well, what visually contributed? If you were to paint it, what would make the viewers experience that? Then you just like, your brain goes blank because you weren't paying attention to the right stuff. I mean, the amount of people who think that the details of like their eyes or someone's eyes is how you can tell who someone is, as if their eyes are like that important part to recognize their friend or something. Like, yes, your friend might have really cool eyes, but they're not the important part if you want to make me understand what your friend looks like, right? It might be what you pay attention to, but the rest of the world, when we see people, we're not just like immediately looking into people's eyes to see what, like eyes are this thing you don't really pay attention to them, right? You might when you're up close and you're really focusing on details, right? But it's a detail. It's not their silhouette. It's not their general height and shape and the way they stand or the way they walk, right? It's not probably their voice, which is probably a thing you do notice quite easily if you hear them speak. I mean, I've had a case where like someone changes their appearance and I don't really recognize them, but the second they talk, I'm like, oh, I know you, because it's like sometimes things change, right? Or if someone, yeah, it's just like anyway. The point I'm making is that sometimes the things, especially non-artists, hey, cold case of creativity, how's it going? But a lot of the things that non-artists think that are important aren't, and so it's like, well, they're not observing in this way automatically. I certainly didn't until I started doing art. I had to intentionally change the things that I'm paying attention to. So yeah, I think the idea that like, oh, well, you're probably just soaking up info. Maybe some people, not me. I have to work at it. But yeah. Analyzing the shadows on the face of the random pedestrian who asked for me for direction. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, you most people won't even, it won't even cross their mind that the person had shadows on their face. Like, why would that be the thing? I actually talked about this recently, and my lack, it's funny, most of my life growing up, my dad specifically, has commented more than once that I am not observant. So I wouldn't say he was making fun of me, but it just, to me, it kind of hurt a little bit because I didn't ever feel like I wasn't observant. I just wasn't observing the things that he was, right? I wasn't observing the things that most people would observe. I was looking at random crap that nobody cared about. And, like I could walk by the same storefront every day for a year and still not know the name of it, right? Because I just never paid attention to it. I didn't care. Just recently, because I work during nights at a grocery store as a part-time job, to help make ends meet and stuff. But as I was walking in at like 1 a.m. in the morning, it's total dark, store's closed, but there was a car idling in the parking lot. And like, I'm trying to like, not peer through the window, but like I'm trying to see if I can see who the driver is so that I can know if they're like an employee or something. Because I don't know. I kind of have a hunch it might be an employee, but I'm kind of like trying to look. And about 30 minutes later, I see an employee and I'm like, was that you in the car? And like, yeah, you didn't notice my car? And I'm like, I never even looked at the car. I was too busy trying to see who was in the car to even consider that maybe I could pay attention to the car well enough to remember who drives what vehicle, right? Because to him, he knows everybody's car. If he sees somebody drive in, they're like, oh, there's Bob, there's Tom, there's Cheryl, or whatever, right? Like, he knows who drives what vehicle because that's what he pays attention to. I don't. I was too busy trying to see the person in the car, which I couldn't because it was dark. I never once considered to like think of the car, right? That's the kind of observant that I'm not, and kind of like that's just how I don't know, it's like I have to train myself to think of the correct things. And in art, I don't naturally think of art stuff. I have to train myself to think of art related things like shadows and form and all that. Cuz I'm not intentionally, I'm not living my life thinking about the form of stuff. I don't know. So I wouldn't say that I'm not observant. I'm just not observing stuff that's relevant to art, and I'm not observing stuff that's relevant to like directions. My directional sense is awful. If I want to know directions, I have to really train myself to think about where I'm going, what direction, landmarks, that kind of thing, because I just don't pay attention to landmarks. And so I can't tell you, like, oh, go down until you see the house with the black house and take a right. I won't even be aware that there will be a black house on that corner, you know, because I just wasn't looking. I was thinking of other stuff. I'm probably thinking of the sky color and the shadow, you know, like the brain is really good at filtering unnecessary information. Yeah, and so when you have a different like different level of importance for what is unnecessary information, you might have the filling, you know, but the brain decide information you thought is relevant and delete it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, like I don't have street names at all because they're not important to me, right? When I walk most places, I don't navigate by street name. I think if I drove more, I probably would because I'd be going like further, and so now it's like I just kind of go in a general direction and I know where I'm going. But yeah, I don't need to know street names. So yeah, it's kind of yeah, and in hindsight, it's funny. Like a lot of things, like I think I would never call someone unobservant now because I think that's just a fundamental misunderstanding of what's happening. Like, you know, maybe I would be like, hey, you know, if you're crossing the street, maybe you should try to observe the traffic and make sure you don't get hit, you know? But like, I'm not gonna like berate someone for not being observant because they probably are observing, which is why they didn't notice the other stuff, you know? They were probably busy observing the bug on the ground, right? That doesn't mean they're not observing. So I feel like I've learned a little bit from like, you know, my parents and what not to do in some ways. Like them telling me that I'm not observant is, I don't know, like I don't really consider myself observant, but I do think I am. I'm just observe different things. I care about different stuff. I used to drive. I still sometimes just don't care about street names. That's true. With GPS, there's even less incentive, right? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I've never driven with GPS. Yeah, I never really liked navigating though, so that is understandable. I don't drive anymore. I don't have a car. But yeah, I've never been a good navigator. The reason why I think we may do it subconsciously is because, at least for me, whenever I see very cool form or composition, my brain naturally wants to look at it more, and those scenes get saved in my database. Yeah, I mean, I think obvious. Yeah, I mean, I would agree that I think we all do it a little bit, right? I mean, the fact that we are all walking through the world with eyes, well, most of us, and we can see and observe, like, even if you're not paying attention to the. I mean, again, anyone who's never drawn and then tried to draw and realizes they can't draw what's in their head, that to me is like the level. Like, yes, your brain is good at looking at something and forming little symbols and shortcuts, and it's not like, yeah, there's some level of filtering and understanding going on, but it's, you know, how much of it is useful and how much of it is the right stuff. Some of it maybe, but yeah, I mean, I think we all have an intuition of what looks good, for example, and so a lot of the, like, for me, a lot of art, I oftentimes know when it looks wrong, but I don't always know when it looks right because I haven't paid attention to what makes it look right. So I don't actually know how to fix it. I just know that it's wrong, right? And that's where, and I think every artist has experienced this, right? You're like, this thing doesn't look right, but I don't know how to fix it. Well, that's because you haven't actually paid attention to what looks right, right? You like, that's where references come in. And so it's very easy, like, we all have, yeah, I think we have that intuitive sense of like, this is beautiful, this doesn't look good, you know. But again, in our own work, you have to make choices, right? It's not you're not a passive observer. You're actively the one making the choices, and you're the one navigating, and suddenly it's sort of, I mean, again, it's a lot like navigating. It's like saying, I've been a passenger on a long road trip many, many times, and then you throw someone in and say, now drive it on your own, and they're like, oh crap, I know we eventually turn, but I don't know which turn we take because I never paid attention. And suddenly you're hit upside the head with the realization that you were not paying attention, right? And that's what art is for me, is you're constantly realizing how little you know. You're constantly realizing that I don't know what this thing looks like. I don't know how small things get when they get further away. I've been looking at the world with perspective for my entire life, and I have no idea how to draw in perspective, Like, you've been observing it. It's existed, and yet you intuitively still don't understand that things get smaller and flatter as they go further away. Like, I think there's enough evidence that people aren't soaking up that info just by existing. So, anyway, how much does a freelancer earn? I mean, anytime you work for yourself, it's from 0 to infinity, but probably not much closer to 0 than infinity. How much does a freelancer earn? Is it possible to make a living doing commissions? So I would say purely commissions for 99.99% of people. No, I don't think it's possible to make a living doing commissions. Some people manage it, but those are like, that's like saying, is it possible to make a living being a professional athlete? Yeah. Is it a reasonable career path? No. It's possible, but no, I think most people, I think, who do freelance either are doing like working commercial stuff. So think like, doing like, whether it's licensing, no, like whether it's let's just use like illustration, right? Whether you're doing illustration for like a company who's hiring you to do certain projects, like tabletop RPGs are a good example. You might be hired by Wizards of the Coast, but you're getting paid a decent amount because it's commercial work. Maybe you're doing graphic design or illustration for a company of some sort. Those are the types of commissions that do pay. If you're talking about like, a $200 commission here and there for someone's D&D character, I think that's really hard to make it work. I think if you're going to be painting all day doing that type of art, you're better off just like making a story or a book and trying to sell it. Most people who are doing commissions, because they need an audience for those commissions, like you have to get your name out there, they also have a social media platform. They also are making content in some way that might be earning them money. They also have a Patreon because they're leveraging their viewer base to, for patrons. So most people who are making a living off commissions have those multiple streams, right? They're a little bit of like the influencer type thing, as far as I know. I'm sure there are exceptions, but no, I don't think most people are making money off commissions in that way. A few bucks here and there, but I don't think you'd want to. I don't think streaming doesn't really make much. I mean, I'm not exactly a huge streamer. I think there's like 40 some people here right now on Twitch, and a couple on YouTube, but like I'm in the top like 1% of streamers. And that's not even art streamers. Of art streamers, I'm probably in the higher than 1% of art streamers. And that's a sad state of affairs when I basically don't make money from streaming, right? Again, some people can make lots of money from streaming, but streaming in and of itself is not going to be like a career option, right? It's very synonymous or analogous to art, which is you do it as a hobby. It's probably not going to make you much money. But again, I don't know. So I think there's different ways, right? There's the freelancer, there's the independent artist, then there's like working in-house and stuff. I think doing like independent art is always like, treat it as a hobby. You do make cool stuff and then you sell that cool stuff. Maybe you take some commissions on the side. I think that the route a lot of people are going is sort of the social media. You know, you build an audience, you make cool stuff, you eventually sell it to your audience. Maybe you have a Patreon. Maybe you take occasional commissions because you're getting a lot of extra eyeballs on your work. So you take some commissions here and there. You do some commercial work. You sort of you freelance. You make your own stuff. Like you kind of do it all, right? It's not easy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good number for you, Hirurin, because I don't make a lot from art. I kind of still treat it as like the midpoint between a hobbyist and a professional, where like if I didn't make income from art, I could still pay my bills because I have a part-time job. But I do use art and streaming as like my, you know, additional extra income that makes me not, you know. So I get paid for streaming and for some commissions here and there, but and technically some Patreon. By the way, I have a Patreon, patreon.com/jstellar30. I almost never advertise that I have one because I have like 4 patrons, but yeah, that's a thing that exists. And yeah, I don't know. I think the anytime this topic happens, and maybe, and I apologize if I'm being presumptuous, I always assume that it's being asked by someone who is interested in making money from art. I don't know if that's the case, but I think if that is the case, I would just say go into it with this, again, same lesson I learned from League of Legends, not to bring it back too much to what we were just talking about, but like you kind of focus on what you can control, which is making cool stuff, and focus on, you know, slowly and incrementally maybe building a following, and you just keep on making good, keep getting better, keep making stuff that people want, or hopefully that people want, and you just put it out there. Kind of treat it as a hobby, but take it seriously. And don't put all your eggs in one basket. Maybe don't require yourself to pay your rent with your art at first. And then over time, a long time, it might become a very real possibility, and it probably will. But it's not an immediate thing. It's a very slow thing. I don't know. Or the alternative, don't go freelance, and or maybe you still call it freelance. I don't know. But or don't do that and just build up a portfolio for, like, you know, a concept art portfolio or an illustration portfolio, and send it off to, you know, to studios or art or what do you call them, agents or art directors or whoever. Send out your work and say, hey, I would be a good fit for your company, right? Instead of just like sitting and hoping people find you, kind of the social media way. I think being more proactive is definitely the thing to do. So, I think almost always being proactive is the thing to do when it comes to art. You know, focus on what you can. Don't just hope. I feel like a lot of social media is just like, you know, people have this idea that they'll just post on Instagram, and then as long as they just post every so often, their followers are going to come in. Probably not. Maybe. But you and every other million of people have the same idea, and so good luck. It's a coin flip. What are you really controlling there? Or, you know, the same thing with Twitch. You know, they think you just boot up a stream, turn on a webcam, and viewers are going to flood in and people are going to throw money at you. It doesn't work that way, right? And it's unfortunate because, you know, people throwing money at me sounds nice, but it's just, you know, that's not a thing I can control. If it happens, it happens, but it probably won't. And so I got to focus on what I can focus on, in which in this case is art. It's making stuff, trying to get my skills up, having fun. I mean, I also kind of treat it as a hobby in that it's fun. I do art because I like it. Or I should say it's rewarding. Maybe not always fun, but it's fulfilling. It makes me feel good at the end of the day. I'm glad for the days that I spend painting. Gotcha, thanks. Yeah, no problem. They use their streaming platform to push their commissions? Yeah, I mean, almost all of the commissions I've gotten have been from streaming. Yeah, in that sense. A couple from Reddit, sometimes you find some in just weird ways. Like I had someone message me on Instagram once, and their post read, "Hey, I found a piece of art that I think you made, and I saw it on Reddit, and I'm curious if you take commission." I'm like, yeah, I do. And then I ended up doing commission for them. So that was like $200 because somebody reposted some art of mine on Reddit, actually it was the person I did a commission for posted the result on Reddit, which I didn't know they posted, which is fine because it was their art. They paid me for it. They posted it on Reddit saying, "Hey, here's a commission I just got done." Somebody else saw it and then they contacted me. So I'm like, "Hey, that's cool." Um, so that's just, and again, the only reason that happened is because someone else thought the art was worth having, right? And so again, all I can do is focus on making the art. I'm not in control of that interaction. There are little things. Again, these are the little things. I almost don't even want to mention them because they're so little, but this is also the way my brain works. So I will mention them. But little things like, just linking your accounts up, like the amount of time. So it's no secret. I spend time on Reddit. I'm a degenerate like that. Um, Especially on the art places, like there's a place called Artist Lounge where people will, you know, have art discussions about various things, a lot of questions. A lot of beginners will ask questions and stuff, and I find it fun to just kind of respond, and it helps me sort of think through how I would answer a question, and it helps me better understand my own perspective. um but the amount of times people will be asking for art advice, and you'll click on their Reddit name, and nowhere in their Reddit account do they have a link to their socials, do they have any association. It's like, I only know this person exists because they're being active on one place, and I can't even find the stuff when I'm looking for it. That to me is like step one: make yourself findable, right? Like, link up your accounts. If you're engaging in one platform, make sure you can be found. Like, if you're spending 90% of your time on Reddit, make sure that you can be found from Reddit, right? Basic stuff. And I know some people are like, well, I like to be anonymous. Well, maybe if this is art, like, for me, if I'm taking art quite seriously in the sense that, like, I'm just gonna make sure that I'm always, putting my best self out there. I just think it's a good philosophy personally. So yeah, I once got someone to comment and follow. I know this is like a one-off time, so it's like a once in a blue moon. But just from playing chess online, I got someone. I didn't like self promo. I just literally put a link to my Instagram, and under my chess name says I paint fantasy landscapes, and then I put a link. I had someone follow me and comment on my Instagram posts because I played them in a game on chess. I played a game of chess against them. Like, most of the people, like, again, I'm not a social media guru. I don't know crap about it really, but I do feel like I don't know. I guess I just think that there's sort of a passive way of going about social media that I think is, you and every other person in the world is doing, that just is not, it's not the way that I'm gonna, I don't really care if social media for me works that way for me. So that's my rant about social media. Gotcha, things. Yeah, people like Willop and Loish who make like 50,000 or something a month for Patreon are very rare, I think. Yeah, I mean, very rare is putting it like mildly. These are like the Beyoncés, You don't grow up saying I'm gonna be the next Beyonce, like, or Taylor Swift. I mean, these are literally the rock stars in their domain, right? The Lowish is the name that every single person who knows of people doing art online through social media and Patreon know of, right? Lowish and Willop. I didn't actually know Willop as a Patreon, but yeah, they are the name. They're the big ones, right? They are the top 10 of the millions of artists, not top 10 in terms of like skill. I mean, there's they're very good at what they do, but top 10 in terms of like as far as social media, I'm using air quotes here because I know the term could be seen as negative. It's not negative, but just in the domain of like marketing and social media and gaining following online in the online world, they are masters of that domain. And they are not. There's another thing I want to rant about is like statistics. Artists are really, I know this is just like a thing in general. I think it's not just artists, you know, it goes back to the League of Legends rant. We're really bad at like, there's a lot of people making art and like using like the you know, oh, sports players make a ton of money or actors make a ton of money. No, they don't. These are like the worst careers, not the best. It's true that they have a very high ceiling because you're basically working for yourself and you are the product, right? And when you're the product, you can keep getting paid so long as you're the best of the best, right? If you are the best product out there, you dominate that market. And so, yeah, when you are the one selling your own stuff, yes, the ceiling is very high, but also you don't look at that. You don't look at the outliers. That's not how deciding if something is a good decision works, right? You have to look at like the normal outcome. And yeah, art is, I mean, again, it's there's a reason it has a reputation of being like, oh, the starving artist. Artists don't make much money. It's really hard. If you put 4 years in studying as hard as a doctor studies in art, you're still not guaranteed anything. And all you have to show is like your work, which may or may not be good enough, depending on how you went about studying. You know, it's really, it's tough. It's not easy. And I'm not trying to like scare people away. I just think it's reasonable to put things in perspective and be realistic about it. Because again, I think artists particularly are, you know, I'm gonna quit my day job and start raking in the money because I saw Loish do it. You know, that's just delusional. Like and again, maybe it will work out, but you don't get there. The analogy I use is like, you don't pick up a soccer ball and say, I'm gonna be the next, you know, Ronaldo. And, you know, I've never played soccer in my life, but what do I do to get there? Like, just start kicking the ball, see if you like it, you know? Go sign up for some basic rec club things and like go kick a ball with some friends. Maybe you'll get there, but like, don't count on it, but just have fun, focus on getting good. Or focus on enjoying it and getting good. Do both. And like, yeah, maybe at some point if you start to show promise, then a different conversation can be had. But I think art needs to be viewed the same. You know, do it because you like it. Take your hobby seriously. Try to get good. That's, you know, admirable. I think that goes for anything, right? If you're gonna play League of Legends 8 hours a day, and if you have the spare time and can support yourself doing it, you know, maybe you have a part-time job, go for it, have fun, but maybe try it. You know, there's nothing shameful in trying to get good at something, especially if it's something that you like and you put time towards, but like, don't count on it as a career path. I don't know. I don't think that's an attitude that some people probably like. Some people probably hear that and think I'm being like a downer, but and maybe I am. Yeah, they probably spent like 15 hours a day painting their entire life. I mean, I don't even know if it's worthwhile focusing on how... I mean... I mean, it's not really about the time they spend. I mean, yeah, they probably do spend a ton. And again, I wouldn't even call them art gods. Yes, they're very good at what they do, but so are lots of other artists. But they're the standouts because they're killing it in sort of the profession, you know, again, social media art, right? There's lots of like people who are just living thriving careers doing concept art. You know, they're making good money. They've been doing it for 20 or 30 years. They're no threat of losing their jobs, and you've never heard of them, right? They're not making as much as Lowish, right? Nowhere close. They're probably making more like a, you know, like maybe six figures, you know, just doing like, and they're doing great work. You know, they're the big names. They're the best of the best doing what they do. But you've never heard of them because they're not the social media influencer rock stars, right? They're just people who are good at their job and have been in the industry a long time and have good connections. And you know, when Michael Bay wants a concept artist for a movie or something, you know, like, or you know, people who are, you know, have been on the Avatar movies with what's his name, Christopher Nolan. Is that the no? Who did Avatar? Why do I not know his name? James Cameron. Sorry, I couldn't think of the name. I had to Google it. You know, like James. I remember an interview. I think it was with James Cameron. It might have been with a concept artist or an art director for James Cameron's Avatar movies. But I remember in the interview they were saying like they're basically like six. You know, in the pre-production, they were just chilling in a room, like the six of them, and I think they even said at some point maybe even James Cameron was there, and they would just be like spitballing ideas and working on like, you know, they were some of the OG artists in the room, and for the pre-design, you know, before you know, before it became a big thing, and like they were some of the first people in there, and they stayed there for like 6 years. Maybe they're still there, I don't know, just busting out concepts and creature designs and foliage designs and just building up this world. And like, yeah, those people are doing great, right? But you've probably never heard of them. They probably can't even show their work online because it's all under non-disclosure agreements. And so, you know, but the only way anyone like James Cameron's gonna know about them is because they've been in the industry and they've been doing, you know, they've been doing their job. So this idea that like social media is like the way to be an artist is just, it's such a, it feels like a very narrow view. So I think it's good to keep things in perspective. It's good to be honest with yourself. And you know what, hold on, speaking of honesty, let's be honest here. These roofs, I think all having red is boring. Let's make some green. Although maybe not. I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. I'm kind of noodling. Kind of stopped painting. I think you have the most honest perspective, you know? Do I? I mean, I try to keep a reasonable perspective, but yeah, it's hard online because sometimes it sounds like you're just being negative. Like, obviously, I'm doing art. You know, I'm in some ways breaking the trend. Like, I am content with the fact that art may never be, you know, I may never thrive from as being an artist. I hope so. You know, I hope that I make lots of money doing art. I like it. I'm putting my eggs in that basket, so to speak. I obviously kind of have, you know, I have a day job, so I haven't quit that yet. But I don't know. I mean, I also just like the idea that, you know, you can paint what you like, and there is some freedom in sort of doing that. The artists, you know, the classic dream of the artist of paint what you want and get paid for it. Or paint what you want and don't get paid for it and still try to be happy. You know, this idea that you have to do art professionally, like there's nothing wrong or shameful about, you know, just having a hobby and doing a hobby a lot and being obsessed about getting better in your hobby. There's nothing wrong with that. Welcome back, Flat Joseph. Hope you're doing well. I mean, I obviously, you know, you can aspire. Like, I think there's a difference between like aspirations and expectations, right? You don't have to expect to be a pro artist or the best of the best, but you can aspire to be it. You can still put in the effort to get there. But like, you should be honest with yourself a little bit that like it's a possibility. I don't know. It's a balancing act. Like, you don't want to be so pessimistic because the stats are against you that you never try anything. Like, that's not good either. Like, obviously I am you know, I'm doing art despite knowing that it's, as far, if money is your main goal, it's a terrible career choice, right? Obviously, money is not my main goal with art. It's, I do need money, right? Like to live, but surely there are ways to get it that aren't art and also still be able to do art. Whatever, what's my main goal with art? Well, for me it's to, well, I like art. I like learning it. I like, you know, there's some element of education probably that I like teaching or just like talking about it. I enjoy making stuff. I enjoy the learning process of making things. So like when I'm, you know, looking at reference or observing the world, I love that stuff. I love learning, and each painting that I make, I learn a little bit. You know, I come up with new ideas, I expand on old ideas. That's the thing I love. Whether or not I'm paid for it, you know, obviously I'd like to be, but I'm not. I mean, I'm kind of not in control of that to some degree. I mean, to some degree I am, but yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. It's tricky. Doing art professionally is not easy. I'm not sure what I'm drawing here. Maybe we'll put some. These buildings all look kind of the same. Maybe there's like a little bridge over here. Maybe that's what they're. Maybe, yeah, maybe little bridges over here. And these bridges can get smaller and smaller. And then underneath the bridges, we can add some light. Could be something that someone doesn't want to hear. Yeah, I mean, again, I think you can hold both things in your head, right? Like, you don't have to. Like, it doesn't have to be bad news or good news. It's just like the reality to me. I mean, to me, it's the reality. I think I'm giving a pretty fair, like, you know, realistic view of like in terms of money and the likelihood that you are gonna make it big from doing art. Like, I think it's pretty realistic to say, you know, all things being equal, right? It's the odds are pretty low. And what do I have that makes me think I'm an outlier, you know? I don't know. Why would I think I'm an outlier? There's tons of hardworking artists who aspire to make money from art that are really, really struggling. And obviously it's not easy. And so it's, you know, I don't really have a reason. You know, base rate, you gotta be, you know, you gotta think of the base rate, and then you can adjust from there. And yeah, you're probably gonna put, you know, you gotta bet on yourself to some degree, right? You have to say, I believe I can do it, and I do. Like, you have to believe enough to keep doing it. I mean, you can't just give up. But again, yeah, it's tricky. Trying to make some ellipses here. I didn't make these go underneath here very well. Oops. Something like that, and then the shadows over here. Oh wait, this should be the shadow. Oops. So yeah, these lines should actually be brighter. Something like that, maybe. What about some greenery? I feel like we need some greenery over here. especially at, like, maybe some back here. Because in our initial image, right? This image. So imagine we have like a little town here or something. This is our OG image that we did a few streams ago. So imagine we have a little town sitting down here, right? There's a lot of green around here, right? This stuff is very rich in life, and maybe there's probably some greenery down here as well. Up here it's pretty dry and barren, which we can't really see that in this image. Whoops, in this image probably. But I do feel like we can totally get some greens up here. Also, we don't have a lot of vibrant colors yet. Let's add some color dodge into yellow. I'm feeling a little tired right now. I think I'm gonna head out. Oh, thanks for being here. I really hope things go great from here on out. Thanks, Titan. Yeah, yeah. Hope maybe I'll see you again sometime. Thanks for being here. Good conversation. And I always have all the VODs on YouTube. But yeah, I hopefully that me saying things are tough doesn't make it sound like I'm, wallowing in self-pity or something. That was not the intent at all. I actually quite like how things are going in some ways for me. I have no complaints there. I just think anytime that the topic of like making it as an artist comes up, there's some, we've got to talk about the misconceptions a little bit. I mean, heck, that's an entire topic in and of itself, which I quite like, is all the misconceptions around art and, this, like, yeah, I mean, I think it's a skill. Anyone can learn it. Anyone can do art. It's not, and there's a lot to learn. But yeah. That's probably the big misconception that I feel like is out there. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how... Maybe we'll go deep blue in here. This might look funky. Actually, it does look funky. But that's okay. We're gonna go funky. And maybe this one has like a little bit of a balcony on it. Definitely looks elvish. Or elven? Elven or elvish? What's the correct term? Elven or elvish? Elvish. Elven? I don't know. I think I made some elven architecture. I wrote elven ruins. But now that I'm thinking about elvish sounds like the language. Elven sounds like, the culture. Would that be correct to say? So you have like elven culture and architecture, but elvish as the language. So Elden Ring? Elden? Not wait, Elven. Elden Ring doesn't have anything to do with elves, does it? I've never played Elden Ring. I think that's something different, though. Elven. Elven architecture. Elvish architecture. Elven Ring. I don't know if it's Elvish or... I feel like Elvish is the language. And you would say, like... And in some things it works, right? So if I was to say, like, German, you could say the language German, but you could also say the German people. but in America, right, we would say I am American and I speak English, right? Which is not you wouldn't always say that you are English unless you were literally from England. So I feel like Elven is more like the culture, right? It's like saying I'm American, right? I am Elven. Or I live in an Elven city, or we have Elven parades, but you speak Elvish. Right? That's how my brain's putting this together. I don't know if that's right. And again, I don't know if it matters because it's fantasy and people just make it up and then, you know, there is no like perfect way to say it. Hey, how's it going? Deep Pixel, it's going pretty well. We are just discussing the fine nuance, the minutia of, do you call it Elven or Elvish? Or are they the same, or is there differences? Okay, I'm trying to think how might I do this. I'm trying to figure out what material do I want it. I like the idea that there's a little bit of green, like a turquoise in here. It gives it sort of like a gemstone, you know, maybe there's like these ornate shapes or something in here. Because this stuff could be like, you know, we can put some in here. Some of that magic power seeping in. And maybe some of that magic stuff is, you know, making its way. Let's see, where do we want the focal point? I mean, this whole building, probably. Maybe these three. Maybe here. Seems that Token used both and pretty much interchangeably. Okay, gotcha. I didn't know that. Is that according to ChatGPT or your understanding? Because I feel like there could very well be like a consistency there. I don't know. Maybe we're the first people to ever question it. Probably not. Anyway. Alright. But, you know, I'm happy with how this painting's going. It's like a little city. We're seeing from the rooftops. You always skip to... Yeah, I try to. It's been... On anything that I have any amount of knowledge on, it's so wrong. I don't know enough to know when it's wrong on other things. Although not always. Sometimes it's pretty okay. I don't know. I don't want to go on an AI rant today. We do that a lot. I'm trying to figure out what do I want to do here. Maybe some of these background shapes can be a little smaller, just to add some interest and some high points, some low points, some big shapes, some small shapes, sort of our pillars of graphic design and making things look interesting. Also, I think this could probably come down. I do want these large pillar things up here, though. I don't want to get rid of those. Because these were going to be our pillars back here. Right? These purple things. And so we have our pale skies. Oh, the two words both basically mean related to elves, but Token used them each in specific instances to mean something subtly different. As a general rule, Elvish was used to describe something related to the various Elvish languages, and Elven was used as a general adjective to describe things with an elf-like quality. Ah, that's what I was saying. Okay, so I feel like I nailed that. I mean, I completely pulled it out of my butt, but it felt right to me because Elvish I know is like Elvish has always been language, but Elven I wasn't sure. And I actually had considered this when I was deciding what, you know, Elven architecture versus Elvish architecture. Okay, I'm glad though that was my vibe, because that is kind of the vibe that I got. Even if it's not perfectly consistent. Elven ruins. Elvish language. Although I don't know how culture plays in. I think I would have put Elven culture, but I don't know. Elvish makes sense too. Okay, we're gonna put some of that purple up here. I think I'm gonna go a little harder on the colors here in a moment. Right now everything's kind of pale. Although maybe I want it that way. I do like the earthy tones. The reds honestly are a little intense. That's okay. Okay, the architecture still needs some love. I need to figure out the design a little bit more. I like that there's tree. Let's just try to talk through it logically. I like the purple stone, so maybe we'll bring in some of these purples into here. Also, how's our values? Very dark. Not a lot of light. Maybe we can bring in some lighting real quick over here. But again, I don't want too much lighting. Maybe the lighting can be green. Hold on, I have an idea. So if we have green lighting, and the reason I'm saying green lighting is because if the light's bouncing around from the trees, that's how it might get down here. So it could be like dappled light. This is really cool. Thanks. I'm glad you like it. I'm having fun with it. Maybe not green lighting. I'm trying to think, just like logically, I mean, it is very bright. So I guess that the warm light would make a lot of sense. Oops. Maybe we could do like orange. Orange-white. But yeah, thank you, Cold Case. I'm glad. Maybe we'll do that. But then why wouldn't these things also have a little bit of light on them? And like, that's not... I don't want that, right? Well, if we put the focus here, we could maybe amp that up and keep that pretty bright. I mean, maybe that's just what we do. Maybe we keep this stuff in the shadow. Okay, actually, let's try that. Let's go a little bluer, a little grayer. Okay, I'm gonna shift gears here a little. These things are getting a little grayer. A little darker. They can still be red. Or they can still feel red, I should say. They don't have to actually be red, because red stuff isn't always red. It's one of those big things that you learn when you're painting. If you want to paint something red, you don't literally put red paint on it. Sometimes you do. In this case, I guess I am kind of making it red. Okay, there's that. So now we have our more shadowed buildings. Something like that, maybe. And then maybe some greenery poking around. Could even be some up here, maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure how much I want to do up here. Something like that? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the shadows here. This is where references probably... You know what? I haven't gotten any references today. Let's get some references. I don't really know how to paint buildings, but now that I've figured out the exact angle and sort of the vantage point, now we can go and figure out some architecture. And this is the way that I like to use references, is you plan this thing first, and then you say, okay, now that it's planned, what is the design? And let's, you know, again, I'm not an architect. Well, technically, well, no, I have a degree in landscape architecture, but that doesn't make me a landscape architect, nor an architect. But anyway, I digress. There we go. So yeah, but I'm not an architect, so there's no harm in like looking at architecture to like understand design. But that's a big difference in like, yeah, anyway, that's something that I care a lot about. Learning, observing, studying, that kind of thing. Okay, maybe also. But what are the tops of... Okay, let's find spired buildings. Spired cone roof. I don't know. Oh, here we go. Found him. Ooh, we got some interest. Okay, we got some cool things here I hadn't even considered. Oh my gosh, look at this. Okay. See, who would have thought? Just look, Googling pictures of roofs. Well, let me show you guys. You guys are gonna... Your socks are gonna be blown wide off. Or clean off. Something maybe, probably not. It's a picture of a roof. Look at this. Look at that roof. Isn't that cool? It looks like it's a wood structure. With these thingies falling off. So, oh, they're not tiles. They're wood. So it's a wood structure with the wood planks falling off. Or maybe they're being put on. I don't know. Or maybe it is ceramic. I don't know what material that is. But that's cool. I like that they have corners. And obviously they're not all the same, right? Some are tiles like this. Again, a weather vane is kind of a neat idea. Oh no, oh, these are also slat things. Anyway. I don't know. I think they look cool. I don't know. Could you guys even see that? Oh, I didn't show it on my screen. Sorry. Whoops. Can't see it. Alright, sorry. Now socks are ready to be blown off. Look at this. Look at these slats on the thing. I'm sorry. I was talking to a screen you couldn't see. Also, I'm not in my frame of my camera. I think that's pretty cool. And also this one isn't as cool because it's finished. But it has a weather vane. The little as it turns, it has these little keystone cap thingies. But yeah, this is pretty neat. I like that. Not that I'm ever gonna go that much detail, but I like that I can change the shape of it because they have these they're not round. I mean, maybe some of them, but that's useful, right? Because I didn't really know. So like this one, it doesn't have to be round. We could go like this and that. And again, maybe some of them are round. Or maybe some of them have odd shapes that are just more interesting. So if we want to go like this, for example, we could make that one more like an angled thing like this that goes around this way. So just a little bit of reference using, and now we can like, okay, well, I didn't realize I had control over the roof shape, and now I do. That's kind of neat. Like, what else could I do with the roof shape? And again, I don't actually want to detail all the roof, but maybe just a little bit here, a little bit here in perspective. And then on the caps, we can go doop, 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 doop. And then on these caps, we can do the same. Blobs here. That might not look great. What about this one? Do I want maybe this one because it's up close? Maybe this one is, I don't know. This one feels like it could be a little bit more squared. I don't know. Could be round. I like the idea of them being octagonal. That's kind of neat. Again, I don't want to go too heavy on details because I don't think it's that important yet. Cold Case, how are you today? What have you been? Has anyone worked on any art lately? And if so, would you like to share? I'd like to see what people have been making lately. I don't want to give any critiques though. I just want to see what people are working on. Not that I'm a great critiquer. Okay. This building needs some help, though. Let's make a new layer so I don't completely ruin it. This feels too... Maybe it's too chunky. Maybe it should be round. I don't know. I gotta think about this. Let me look at some more rounded, spired, coned roofs. I mean, there definitely are some round ones, though, so that I have no issue with. I mean, there's also some like this that are kind of neat, which I quite like. Again, it's I like the fan, and then they're very small, but or maybe it's very big. I don't know. But they still have these points, right? And I like that. I also like the shape a little bit. Definitely a hard thing to draw in perspective, but I like that. Yeah, we're just gonna start sketching here. But yeah, that one has no caps on it, which is kind of interesting. No caps. No cap. This maybe? I don't know if this is gonna look good. But I think it'll work. That's a little front and center though. It feels like it needs to be a lot darker. Something like that maybe. And then on this side. But see now this isn't looking good. It's funny, the more I change one thing, the more the other things look worse. Maybe smaller here. It's okay to post links? Yep, you can post links. Yep, links are fine. You won't get bopped by the bot. Links are good. As long as it's safe for work. And as long as you made it. I don't mind. Okay, so we've got this. Kind of just sketch here. I think my issue is that I forgot what shape ellipses are. I mean, that's kind of good, I guess. This is where being better at perspective would really, really help. You know, this is like almost the equivalent of a spiral staircase. We were talking about that last stream, how like spiral staircases are super hard to draw. And I feel like just these little lattice shapes. And again, I don't want to put every detail up here. There's a thing. And then maybe it has a little tippy top. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Some of these things, because that's drawing the eye off the page too much. Maybe we just go all the way off the page. You know, if we're drawing the eye off the page, maybe we just go for it. And then dial it back up here. And then some of these can go way higher. But not all the way up. And then some of them can go like this. Some of them can go like that. Sorry, I'll look in just a moment. I'm getting caught up in some of this real quick. And then here. Okay, now I'll look. Sorry, I was on a roll. Okay, let's take a look. 7-9 art has some stuff. Oh, these are amazing. Look at this. Look at the characters. Oh, this is so cool. I love the dude's arm, the shapes on this. This is great. Dang. That is really cool. 7-9. Okay, cold case of creativity. Let's take a look. Uh-oh, it's sending me to Discord. That's okay. I'm already signed in. Oh, this is gorgeous. Wait, hold on. Let's see. The leaves are going to be painted and used as a mixer brush to paint them over the grass, and then I'm going to do some flowers. Oh, I like the leaves. Those are really cool. Wait, did you is this your plan, or did you make these leaves? These are great leaves. Also, is that a painting of a... Wait, oh, the landscape's a painting. I thought it was a photo. Wait, I actually can't tell. I used some refs and painted them? Dang, these are amazing. That painting... By the way, if you guys want to see what I'm looking at, we do have a Discord. It's, what... I actually don't know my link to my Discord. Let's do ! Discord. The landscape. Yeah, it's a landscape. Yeah, it's beautiful. Okay, the link to my Discord is right there. It's also on YouTube if you're there. Do I like that shape? I don't know. I do think we could put some little shapes back here. Focus more on the shape design of all this. I also like some of the green on the top up here. Again, I don't want to go too heavy on the green. Also, this stuff is because it's above our eyesight. We shouldn't actually be able to see the top. So maybe some of the green on the side, but we got to be careful. One of the things I do when so let me, I guess I'll try to talk through my thought process here. So because we can't see the top here very well, because our eyes are probably like here or something. When I'm painting this stuff, I don't want to go like this, right? Because that's kind of implying that we can see the cap. So what I'd rather do is this, to where the whole thing feels like it's coming down over the side. So like the shape will be different, right? The shape, like this, for example, where these lines go all the way to the top, right? I'm not curving them over, because if I curve them over, that looks like we're seeing them. But because they're coming straight down, that looks like they're hanging over the top, right? There's like a subtle difference. Anyway, that's what I'm trying to do. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. But yeah, painting tall rocks and stuff, it's definitely a thing where the perspective can trick you if you're not careful. Can get some funky stuff. I'm trying to get it done. It has been a long time. It looks like looks very detailed. It's very nice looking. It has been sitting on your computer for halfway painted, and I'm finally adding in the foreground elements to finish it up. Nice. Well, it looks gorgeous, and I'm sure it'll look equally as more gorgeous when it's finished. Equally as or more. What, one or the other. Okay, I think I want to put little bits of light down here. Because this is magic, right? So let's put little magical... How do I want to represent the magic? I think like this. I think that would look nice. Little magical lights floating up. Maybe it's like steam. Just something to give it some pizzazz, you know? I think that's a good shape there. That's cool. Yeah, it's fun. I figuring out how to illustrate magic is like magical effects, not like Magic the Gathering, is a really tricky thing. It's because it's not like something you can just like, you know, you have to play around and experiment a lot and do a lot of design stuff. Now, obviously, I just did like the first thing that came to my mind and it looked kind of okay-ish. But that's not always the case. Yeah, Magic River. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, civilizations have been building on rivers for ages, so why not a magic river? Tiny bits of details back there. I'm not totally sure if I like... So these shapes right here are not good. Because we have a shape conundrum. And then, do I want to go like this? I don't think I do totally, but I'm going to do it a little bit because the feeling has taken over. Maybe on this, just on the silhouette, trying to make it little rivets here so we can kind of tell that these things are... I really like the river. I always struggle with water. Water's tough. I find just putting some... I mean, obviously this is not an accurate representation of water. And also it's not supposed to be because it's kind of magical. But I think just focusing on shape design... And again, this is some... We brought up Loish earlier. I think she's a good example of someone who because she stylizes, right? She's crazy stylization, and so she's simplifying things, and oftentimes that means, you know, making just appealing little shapes. You know, like this little bit of light here. It's just like a little shape that I'm trying to make look nice, right? It's more about a shape and a graphical interesting design and an interesting graphical shape than it is like, is that really what water looks like? But it is what water, I mean, water has these clear, not clear, but these bright, shiny, reflective shapes. They're always hard edged, right? That's something that water does a lot of. So if you have like a big dark pool of water, any of the ripples in it, whether it's a, you know, concentric rings or not, are going to be these little, they're very, you know, they're not round, right? Because the way that water works, you know, with light, you might get like these, you know, as, you know, they're round, right? So as you get a light hitting it, like, because it's so shiny, you get these hard drop-offs, right? Wherever those reflections are. So like that's what it is. And so yeah, you do get these hard drop-offs. So using that, you could be like, well, what if the water went like this, right? What if I made these shapes just a little bit more interesting? And what if they went this way, right? What if that was the shape of the water? And what if they had little ripples that went like this and little rings that, you know, just, and again, now you're basically being a graphic designer and like, okay, well, what if you make little waves? And it's some, you know, it could be something as simple as that, where you just make some interesting shapes in the water, and you know, you make these shapes in perspective, and then maybe you add a little bit of like additional color in here, because sometimes water has some funky little colors. So yeah, water is interesting to paint. I quite like it because it's one of those cases where stylistically it's very simple to do like hard edge shapes. Because some stuff like clouds, for example, are tough because clouds are notoriously soft. And so how do you do big graphical shapes with clouds without making it look funny, you know? And you absolutely can still do big graphical shapes, but it can be a little tricky as well. So I feel like everything has its own challenge. But yeah. Maybe some stuff in there. There. I don't know if I like that. Maybe some patterns. These could be little spires. We could, you know, if we wanted to put details or something, they could be like little figures, like gargoyle type things up here. I mean, because it's very, I mean, we are definitely reminiscent of Gothic architecture. But instead of gargoyles, they could be, you know, elven angels or beasts or something that is a little different, maybe. Although I'm not going to do much here because they're too small. They don't matter. But we can maybe put something up here that does matter. Some sort of creature. Maybe there's like a dragon perch up top. Maybe a real dragon. No, that thing would be a tiny little baby dragon. So yeah, probably not a real dragon. Probably just a statue. But if somebody thinks it's a real dragon, that's okay too. Maybe that's what it's meant for. The enemies of these people will think it's a dragon. Big dragon wings. I don't know if I like that. Elvenish. I really like the river. I always struggle. Oh, I already read that part. Yeah, Elvish. Yeah. So here we go. We put some little doodads. But yeah, thank you guys for sharing the art. I liked it. I always like seeing what people are working on. It's always refreshing. What else? What do I do here? I mean, I think I know what I do. I think the real answer is I end stream. Or crop painting. Although I actually think that the cropping's pretty good. I'm not sure about this. I do feel like maybe there should be something over here. Yeah, probably. But maybe not as far back. Maybe like right here. I just feel like we need some red, you know? Maybe this one's a little more subdued than the others. So we can hardly tell it's here. Little subtle. Much more subtle than the other. Although I think some of this architecture here could still be interesting. This could go that way. Something like that, I think. Maybe these can have little spindlies. See, even adding something like this, then this shape is the same angle. So now I need to like move it a little bit. And like if I do that, then it's too close to the corner. If it's too tall, it's gonna not be in perspective. I think that'll work. Okay, now I want to, before I end stream, I want to do something. I'm going to merge my layers. I'm going to go edit, tonal correction, hue saturation. I'm going to crank up the saturation. So if I go full saturation, it looks pretty funky. It's kind of mind-bending, actually, because that blue is so bright. So I don't really like this. But I will say, some of it is kind of nice. Let's try something. All of the glowy will be very saturated. The light can be desaturated. The blues can be saturated. So maybe just like the shadows. Do I like that? I don't know. Gosh, I can't tell. I mean, value-wise, it's rough, right? Because nothing's really changing. I mean, I don't think I want to go super bright on like the roofs, right? I don't think I want to go like that. Obviously, it's a lot, right? We're not doing that. But you get the idea, right? I mean, actually, we could go like that. That's ridiculous, but it's kind of fun ridiculous. I mean, some of this is actually kind of neat. Maybe I do like that. Down here it's very magical. And up top it's less so. Okay, I'm liking this. I know it's silly. Maybe it's not silly. But I like this makes it feel more magical to me. And I think I'm gonna continue with this. Hey, Anti-Link, how's it going? So yeah, maybe these rims have a little bit of green. This looks so cool. It's kind of neat. I'm kind of vibing with it. Trying to figure out how I want to approach it. I duplicated my layer. I don't always do this in my paintings, but it is kind of fun. I duplicated my layer. No. I'm literally using a saturation layer, and I'm just painting in highlights. But I want it to feel magical. You know, that's kind of my goal. Good, I just remembered from returned from a concert in Amsterdam. Oh, that's cool. I don't know where you normally live, but also hope the concert was good. And what concert? Is it anybody I would know? Not that I don't really know that much music. I'm music illiterate, so probably wouldn't. But I'm curious. But that's cool. I hope it was good. I hope you had a good time. I live in Germany. Okay, gotcha. So, but very close to Dutch border. Okay, gotcha. I drove 2 hours. Oh, and that's nothing. But that's super cool though. Hope the concert was good. The artist was Otto, a J-pop singer. You don't know him. But that's cool though. Pretty young and screamy. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. She was amazing? Oh, that's good. It's been a long time since I've been to any sort of concert. Actually, I've never been a big concert person, but yeah, it's not really my scene. But it is cool. It's always neat to go see live performances and stuff. Alright. So yeah, there's the little bit of magic in the scene. I'm still not a big fan of this foreground stuff. Do I just block it off like that? I think I do. There we go. Orchestra is amazing too. Was it Hans Zimmer this year as well? Oh, that'd be cool. Dang. I've never been to any orchestral performance. That'd be cool. I'm actually not, I mean, I'm not a huge orchestra person, despite literally listening to it on stream. Temperance, I always love hopping in here. Another awesome piece in the works, I see. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this one's been fun. This is like a one, this is just my one stream paint, one stream paint. What am I trying to say? A 1 day stream painting. So I have like this that I've been working on for a long time now, detailing it. And it's meant to be a longer, more detailed piece, specifically to be a puzzle illustration. Also, every time I look at this top part, it looks ugly. I need to rethink my perspective here. But anyway, I digress. This painting is fun. It's been a 1 day stream painting. I wonder if putting some light or something over here could work. Something like that might work. What if I do like a color dodge layer? I have realized this is getting very colorful. But it is kinda fun. I don't know, it's kind of neat. Maybe these could be glowing. I don't want to draw the eye down too much because I want it to focus in here and here. Maybe we go a little... I'm really motivated again. Environment artist from Portugal. Wait, I missed something. Do you know Andreas Roca? I do. Yes, Andreas Roca is amazing. He's probably one of my biggest. I would say he's probably my biggest influence. In that. Well, I wobble back and forth actually. So he like his color stuff. Like I mean, he's doing closest to what like I like to do and in a way that I like to do it, right? So end result, I obviously I can't help but like I know his stuff. His stuff's great, right? Um, so yeah, I love his color work. It's super vibrant, super just great. Um, but then I go back and forth between artists like him and ones who use a lot more grays. So somebody like Cynthia Shepard, who isn't necessarily an environment artist, but she uses a lot of grays, tons of grays, like little punchy values. He doesn't really do that. And so I kind of flip flop. Like I love environments that are very gray with some punchy colors. But I also love the just, like this kind of thing gives, a little bit Andreas Roca vibes. A little bit. Um, and yeah, Andreas Roca is amazing. You just rediscovered him again, and his stuff is already so good for learning. It really is. Uh, he has one of the few paid tutorials I've ever bought. I think I paid $5 for it, and I worth every penny. I think, although I can't remember uh, too much about it. I think it was mostly just like a live painting, kind of like people do on stream, but it wasn't a stream. Yeah. No, he's great. You bought a pack with brushes too? Nice. Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten any brushes from him, although I don't know if that matters at all. Because he paints very simply, like mostly one layer. I mean, he does use other layers and stuff, but yeah, it's quite rudimentary the way he works. He also does some photo bashing, I think. Never did that. Yeah, he does, especially for like his finished work. Yeah, I don't really like photo bashing too much. I mean, it looks good, right? In the end product. I I go back and forth. I don't mind photo bashing. I don't really like doing it, so I don't do it on stream. But I think for end products, it makes a lot of sense to just do some photo bashing because like who cares, right? You're it's for the product. If you're trying to make something good, then photo bash. But it's tricky because like I don't know. I do like the idea of like photo bashing in the foreground a little bit. So just like if you're gonna do like a depth of field thing, you can photo bash some roof textures on here, um, because like roofs exist and it's easy to find some loose textures that would work. But like I don't think photo bashing for like this stuff way back here is necessary. It's too like you're better off I think just using a texture brush or something. I don't know. It also depends on what you want to do. I don't want to sound, like you've got to do it my way. Yeah, I know I mean, I think a lot of artists. I think another artist that's a big influence is Sandara Tang. I love her work. But she completely did a 180 with style. She went from like painterly, mostly one layer, like high fantasy art, a lot of like play mats she's done for like gamer mats and stuff for like, not Magic the Gathering specifically, but you know, high fantasy art, lots of dragon paintings. She does a really good job at that stuff. Um, and she just like very very high fantasy art, and then she took a total turn and started doing like this like almost like a children's book illustration, but with like she still does dragons, she paints a lot of dragons, but yeah, just very like bubbly, cute stuff. I don't know. She's really gone through an evolution of her style, and I think it's awesome. And yeah, I've noticed a little bit of that with some of the other artists that I really admire, like Andreas Roca. Just over the years, you watch your favorite artists evolve, and it's super cool. It's always neat to see. It's kind of a nice reminder that like they're not different than you. Like you discover things and learn things and try new things, and like you evolve as an artist too. And it's not like they always were painting like them. Like they also have to figure out what they're doing and how they want to do it. And so when people are like, "Oh, I want to find my style," you're like, "Look at your favorite artists, follow them for 10 years, and realize they're still finding their style, you know? They don't even paint like they paint, despite you recognizing their art, you know? It's kind of neat. It's sort of a humbling experience in some ways. It's easy to put people on a pedestal. Yeah, for sure. Like we look at these artists and like I can recognize Andreas Roca's art anywhere. But at the same time, he does have pieces that I would not recognize, right? But I kind of ignore those when I think of his style. I I think of all the pieces that look like his pieces. A lot of professional artists struggle a lot. In what regard? You mean like with style or just struggle in terms of just I mean, struggle could be in anything, but you just like in general art making, because I mean, I would agree with that. Artists, I mean, art is hard for a lot of people. If you're talking about struggle with like stylistically, yeah, I mean, I think people are constantly thinking about how they paint certain things, and I mean, especially if you're painting something new, right? I mean, there's a good chance if you're an environment artist and you've been painting environments for a long time, you probably have a handful of different ways you could paint a tree, right? You probably have a handful of different ways you can paint clouds and mountains and rocks and water, right? A lot of those things. When it comes to architecture, you probably have a few less ways to paint it, um, but you probably still have sort of a style that fits with the rest of your painting to make it look cohesive, right? Like if I'm gonna make a painting like this, I have ways I can paint everything in this painting to make it look. Speaking of Andreas Roca, this is a painting that I thought kind of looked especially like his. This one. No, that's not. Hold on. Let me open up the. I made it larger. Here we go. This. So like even the wide canvas idea. I'm like, you know what? Let's make a wide canvas. This just felt like something that he would paint. And I in my head I'm like this like I didn't at any point look at his work, but I'm like I know my influences. Like he's definitely one of them. And I'm not trying to be like, compare myself to him in that way, but like, I don't know if he would have done clouds like this. I think I don't know how gray he goes in his clouds. I feel like he's more of like a sunburst, vibrant. I feel like he would have taken. Here, let me try something. I feel like he would have gone like that. I feel like that would have been his vibe, kinda. I don't know. Maybe not. And he would have done it well though. But like I think he does like a lot of saturation. I don't know, but to me this is like I don't know, I like this. I like this piece too, Temperus. I'm glad you like it. It was another one-day stream painting. And yeah, it was fun. Also, I really like these arches with like the glowy stuff in the middle. I do that a lot. Like this one, arches with glowy stuff in the middle. Dodgers has been following for a while, but I didn't get to catch the streams often. Love your work though. Hoping to learn more about environment design painting. Aw. Well, if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask. Because I can definitely ramble and not really, there's no guarantee you'll learn anything unless you ask. Because otherwise I might just ramble about stupid stuff. So just you know, also just, yeah, just keep that in mind. But no, I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. But yeah, no, today is, I think the thing, all I'm doing for the rest of today is trying to break up, because I'm fearing that I'm quite tunnel visioned right now. And so taking a break is probably just the best bet. Like, you know, should this be darker? Should it be lighter? Like, probably one or the other. Rambling is fine. Yeah, but it's, you know, if you're here for educational stuff or something, there's no guarantee that I will provide. But yeah, I think this is where I think a break would be good, just to like figure out. Also, I'm obviously not gonna go this dark on everything, but I'm just kind of trying to see. I mean, maybe I do. Maybe I do go this dark. Little bit of light. I'm at the point where I'm kind of flailing, so I'm just kind of trying different things. We really like your rambling. Thanks. I like rambling too. I'm glad you like it. I do it for me. I've joked about it, but sometimes I think stream is like my own therapy sessions where I talk about things and I get it out. Just get out all my rambles and rants. I think I like this painting as it being dark. I mean, it's really dark. But like, isn't that okay? Oof, I think I do like it. I think that's just better. I think I do. I think I like it dark. I'm a little afraid of it being too dark. Darker is better? I think so too. More contrast? Yeah. It is a very dark painting though. Okay, so what I was gonna say is one of the things I want to focus on a little bit in this last few minutes of stream is just coming in here and like shape designing some of these things. So like, for example, this river has a little bit of it, right? Where this river, you know, like for example here, this brushstroke is just like kind of blobby, right? It's just like a blob that went like that. Well, does it need to be that way? Maybe it should have been a smooth line here. Maybe this could be a you know, a line that cuts there. You know, just making some of these shapes. And again, not everything has to be super smooth. I can obviously have like, you know, lines that break form and, you know, duplicate up and stuff. But just having some of the brushwork be a little bit more intentional and interesting. You know, not sure about those lines I just made, but you get the idea. Especially in like this area, right? Where you have like the green foliage down here. Like these lines that kind of carve the form. Whether it's like the tree shapes, maybe there's some darker shapes here. And like if these are darker shapes and they're trees, maybe they're shaped more like trees, you know? Maybe the tree shapes go downward as opposed to upward. So here's some tree shapes. Just trying to add some forms in here that add distinct, I don't know, interesting shapes. Do you normally sketch out your pieces beforehand, or you just jump straight into blocking with color? I typically jump straight into blocking with color and values, mostly value. I mean, technically, yes, color, but value is what I'm thinking about. And obviously, I don't always get it right. But yeah, no, typically I do more value stuff than jumping straight in, or than doing line work. There are exceptions to every rule. And the exceptions are typically crazy perspective with lots of architecture. If lines, I mean, I guess what I the best way to describe this when it comes to process for me is sort of like, what does values and light and shadow do? Like, how does it play a role in composition versus what does line and perspective do, right? Some paintings are just much more line and perspective heavy. The lighting is maybe not even that important. Like if I was doing an overcast painting where there's not really any hard shadows, there's no clear light source necessarily, and it was like, all perspective, it might make more sense to just sketch out some quick lines first. um Although actually, I mean, again, it depends. Or for example, if here, let's jump into some thumbnailing. um I guess there's like three, maybe four different ways I would start. So some paintings, actually, I think Tyler Edlin has a good breakdown of this. It's basically like, but I'll try to summarize it. So sometimes a painting is like the dramatic lighting, right? So you might think of like a spooky room where, here, let's actually do this. I'm gonna open up a new file. File, open. Okay. So let's say we were gonna do like a dramatic lighting scene, right? With like a kid standing in the doorway of his bedroom, or maybe he's in bed and a monster, a figure is in the door frame, right? Super spooky. That would just make sense for me to start with a black and white sketch, right? Either black and white or in color, probably doesn't matter. But I would be thinking in terms of values, right? Big door frame, big dramatic lighting, right? Figure out where the light's shining. Maybe there's like the light's coming this way, and then the figure is standing here, and then you like, this just doesn't make a lot of sense for me to sketch out with lines, because it's such a graphical scene, right? Even if we're gonna have like some other light in here later, that doesn't matter, because like, it's, yeah, sure, there's going to be fill light and other stuff and other colors, but like, this is the graphical read, right? This compositionally, this is how I'm going to solve the problems, because that is the painting, right? The focal point is the light. But then there's going to be paintings that are more about architecture, and maybe it's like a street view or something, and it's all about having the buildings, it's watching them turn in perspective around a corner, as and then maybe we're on a hill and we're looking, it's like there's perspective stuff. I might do a little sketch like this, and if it's overcast and the lighting's not that important, it just makes a lot of sense to do stuff like this in perspective, because this is how I'm going to solve these problems. But on the flip side, maybe I know it's going to be low angle and it's a city skyline, and again, maybe it's not about the lighting, but maybe I know there's going to be a graphical read to it because they're buildings on a skyline. Well, then I can shape design the buildings, right? Because that's going to work. And so depending on my perspective, if I'm looking up at a scene, I might start very black and again, I also can start color for any of these that I'm doing the values, right? But maybe I do something like this where it's like, okay, there's buildings on a hill, and so I'm just going to start very graphically. Let's put some bright white back here just for contrast, and then, okay, we can plan the buildings on the hill. Maybe there's like another hill over here. And like, okay, now we're planning, just silhouettes, right? Where I'm doing some design, right? I'm doing some shape design, that kind of thing. I think if it's very shapy in nature, I'm going to start graphically. If it's very light focused, I'm going to start this way. Something like this, though, typically for me is more about like color palette. So a painting like this, I'm very likely to do in colors. So you can either colorize it later, right? You can either come in here like this and paint in color, or you can just start in color, which is typically what I would do. Just put in your color, say, oh, it's going to go from yellow to purple. And even at this stage, I might be getting some, the vibe, because, maybe it's a sunset or something. It's, again, the lighting is kind of important, but it's more about the mood. If the painting's more about the mood, I'm probably going to start in black and white, or in colors, right? you know, if you know it's going to be a nighttime scene with lights, maybe I'll start with, you know, all the dark colors that can be nighttime, and I'll get some really dark darks in here, to really show it's nighttime, and then maybe I'll put some of my light source that, you know, if I maybe I know the color of the light source, maybe I don't, but maybe I'm like, okay, there's going to be a house on the side of a hill and it's going to be lit, and you know, these are the little windows in it. Like, it just makes sense to go with the mood because this is how you're going to get the vibe of the place, right? Like, you know, maybe there's little stars in the sky and you're like, okay, let's get that vibe looking right, you know, so you put little stars in here, or whatever. I don't know why the stars are in front of this shape. Like, this is all about mood to me, you know. Do I want it more dark to really give that sense of like magicalness in the sky? Maybe the sky is going to be a little sliver, like that changes the mood, you know, the amount of value. I'm still thinking about values, and so it kind of depends on what I'm doing, right? Like, these are all distinct things, you know. Sometimes it's typically it's a combination of both, right? I might start something like this and then say, let me bust out some lines and start figuring out how this building works, you know? And I'll start sketching something, and I'll be like, okay, here's a building, here's another roof area, and I might do some quick sketches. This purple scene has potential. It is a nice color palette. Yeah. You know, I might do something like this, you know, just to like help my brain understand what it is. And then I might say, okay, let's undo some of this, or let's delete it. And then now that I like my design, which I don't, but if I did, then I can add back in that yellow, you know? So it's kind of, I flip-flop, and I will weave in and out. Even in a painting like this, though, I will very quickly be thinking about black and white. You know, I might even add some big shadows here, and, you know, I kind of am like, I'll jump between like thinking graphically to thinking about shape and design and perspective, then go back to color. I think generally when I do a color painting, though, I quickly get a color down and then I ignore it. You can even go black and white and then start being like, you know, you basically then just start painting in black and white. But yeah, so I flip flop. I think those are like the main ways I start. So yeah, you got your perspective, you got your pure graphical, and then of course from here, right, from this stage, I could also then go. Also, thank you for the follow. I could also then go into a more graphical, you know, a black and white stage where I map in some values. Maybe say this foreground is dark. You know, maybe there's going to be a little bit of light, a sliver of light coming through, and you can kind of plan out your values a little bit. Not that this looks good at all, but let's just pretend it does. Or maybe I do the opposite and I ignore the values, and next I do color and say, okay, well, what if the sky was that color? And again, I'm still having to think about values when I do color, so values would make sense to come first. But, you know, maybe I do something like this, and I say, okay, well, here's the general layout. Again, maybe I'll have some bright lights in the windows, or maybe there's a light coming in here. But like, so sometimes it's a mix, right? I think being comfortable with all of them is important, and then you can kind of bob and weave out and change direction. And, you know, maybe you were sketching something, but halfway through you're like, you know what if on all these buildings there was a bunch of light coming in from this direction, like here, and it was hitting the sides of the buildings like this and casting these cool shadows. What if I did that? Well, then I might just switch into literally painting like this, right? I might just go in and take my light and kind of graphically, like, you know, do something like that or whatever. I don't know. And then I might just start painting graphically and try to get some sense of how this light's gonna work, you know, in here or something. You know, does it look good? No, but if I were putting more effort and care into this, maybe I would eventually get to a stage where this is the composition that I want. I'm like, oh, look at this, you know, look at this light source, you know, the light's shining in, and like, but it helps think about that stuff. For me, the lighting, if I do a lot of paintings where the lighting is quite literally the focal point, right? Like, you could argue the shape of this is the focal point, but like, let's be real. This is a painting of a sunset, right? Like, yes, the castle is there. There is a castle, but this is not focused on the minutia and the detail of the castle, right? It's about that big impact, the mood of the piece, right? This is the painting about color, kind of, right? If I wanted to get more, if this were just a daylit scene and it was just like more, random blue or something, it's blue sky. Let's see if I don't know if I can do a color rate on this because the values are out of whack. But let's, if it were like a blue sky, bright day, sunny. First of all, I don't know if I would have framed the image like this, right? Why would have I cropped the image like this? I wouldn't have painted it this way, right? It would have been probably zoomed in, maybe looking down on it or something, or a different view, right? 3/4 turn. I would have done something different with the design if this was on the design, right? This is zoomed out, 1-point perspective, hard to see anything. I wouldn't have set my painting up like this, right? Yeah, with it being widescreen, this is just not the crop or the composition for a painting about the design. It's clearly about the sky. But say it was about the building. Okay, well, I would have set up my building a little differently, right? I probably would have set it up in like, this perspective so you could see multiple angles, right? I would have, if I wanted a blue sky, I would have done something like that. I would have made it nice and, still blue sky. But then I could have focused on like lighting the object in a way to show materials, right? Maybe you light your scene partly down the side or something. This side in light, this side's in shadow. Like that would help me show the materials because you can see how shiny they are when they're in light and when they're not in light, right? I can start showing some design elements and some silhouette a little bit more. Maybe this building has like a like a little cut thingy in it, like that. It has some nice shadow shapes in it. Like, that's the thing I would do if I was focused on design, is because then you can actually show the design of the building. This image does not do that. Whoops. This image, no, where is it? This one. This one doesn't, this is just all silhouette, right? So it kind of depends. This is more like establishing shot, right? This is like start of the movie. It establishes the mood. You hear the birds chirping, camera pans in, and then it cuts to like a street view at night market, and like that, then you start getting into like the details and you're closer in. This is not a scene where you're like, look at all the building and the detail, it's not that. And so I think knowing what the painting is for, to me, helps me decide how to paint it, why I'm choosing certain angles. And obviously there's some, standards, I guess, like certain types of images are going to do certain things. And it maybe even from here, again, you even saw in this image, I was already switching to lines, right? I already drew some lines because that's a good way to help with design, right? You bust out some line work, figure out what's going on a little bit. So like, again, I think it's useful to like be able to kind of jump around. So yeah, sometimes when I paint, it does look a little chaotic. Also, is this still too dark? Some of this is pretty dark. But yeah, that's my my process there, mostly. That's how I do it. I shouldn't say that. Whenever I say that's my process, it makes it sound like that's mine and mine alone. Like lots of people paint that way, but that's the way I think about it. Little trees in here. I don't think I need to do details, but since I'm noodling on this, might as well. Oh, I like that. Little glowy bits here. think I like that. Maybe? Yeah, stuff like that's kind of fun. Little sparkles in the water. What if we did like wispies up here too? Would that look cool? That might give us like those what Tangled, the lantern scene. Little Tangled. Kind of reminds me of that a little bit, but not really. Or like a Disney vibes, where you have like little things. Sort of very magical. Little glowy stuff. I don't know. That's kind of fun. It makes see like this kind of thing. This is not something that I would have drawn, right? Like I don't even know how I would have drawn it. I'm sure there is a way that you could have drawn little circles in here, but like if this is the thing, to me this kind of thing just works so much. I don't know. I guess like you could sketch it, right? You could sketch little swirlies, and then later when you paint, you figure out how you're gonna paint them. But for some reason, this this kind of like thinking about it and designing in this way makes more sense for an image for me, because then I can just kind of get real-time feedback of like what it's gonna look like. I don't have to try to imagine what something's gonna look like before I even have figured out like how I'm gonna paint it, if that makes sense. It would be useful. Or like maybe I don't like the way this looks, but it you know, I do like something about it. Could also take some of this though, and ooh, do some blurring or some speckles. I don't normally do a lot of this kind of thing, but it can be fun. Oh, not that. There. Is that too much? No, I think that's about a good amount. Okay. And then, before we wrap up, also thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. This edge here, it's hard to see. I wonder if I can't put in some brighter lights on the side. Whatever. It's a very dark painting, so it kind of works. But I still don't know if it reads well. I mean, I think it does. I've highlighted the edges and stuff that were hard to see, I think. Kinda. The edges that are important, I think. I still feel like this shape here is a little bit lackluster. Like, almost, it could be a little bit brighter. But if I go too bright, it's going to look funny. Actually, maybe it won't. Maybe that would look good. Let's try that. Because I do want these like embellishment details to just shine a little bit more. Right, not all of them have to shine. Like some, you know, this one doesn't because it's in kind of in the shadow. But like this one. So I don't know if putting a gray here is going to be good. But this might help just set some some details apart a little bit, or start giving it some details. I don't know. I'm not a big detail person, but I'm getting more and more into them the more that I paint. This is looking more and more like a Disney castle by the moment, though. Which I don't know. I like Disney. Nothing wrong with Disney. Well, okay, that's not true. There's probably lots of stuff wrong with Disney, but I still like the magical. I mean, there's definitely something fun about the magical vibe. Obviously, not all castles look like that, and real life castles are very varied, and there's lots of nuance and. But yeah, that's kind of fun. Also, what's this shape doing back here? I'm not sure. Yeah, that's kind of neat. Could go a little bit here, maybe very, very dark. Something like that. Some little bits of some small and medium shapes in here that are still red, because we don't really have any red small shapes, right? Everything's kind of medium. It's like, what if we put some red small shapes? No, maybe we don't need any red small shapes. The blue is kind of the small shapes, right? Although I do think maybe some small shapes here. And again, this is like too nuanced probably to do on stream, but have some stuff in here. You know, some of these like little embellishment thingies. I don't know. But yeah, I think this gray was good. I think that was a good call. Something like that. There. That's pretty magical. That's a... this is a weird tangent. I know it's not super easy to see, because it's very dark. I mean, we're basically painting in blackness here, so I apologize to anyone's eyes who are, like, screaming at them if you're trying to see what I'm doing. Lately I've been doing a puzzle design, and this is the design for the puzzle. I'm going to turn it into a jigsaw puzzle. One of my goals, I literally wrote it out, was don't make it too dark, because darkness is, like, awful when you're looking at it for long periods of time. This image would be terrible for a puzzle, because it would just, every piece would feel black, right? Like, you would look at it and it would, I mean, the entire thing, right? These are all, like, in the bottom 80% of the value range. So even though you can tell the difference when you see the whole thing, when you get a single piece isolated and it's not in context, it would just, everything would look black. It's quite, it's almost a cool optical illusion how a painting like this can read somewhat okay in this form. Oh yeah, there's always going to be somebody who would want the challenge, but you know, as someone trying to think about it from like a design perspective, you know, especially like trying to learn and train myself to think about the right stuff, you know, just saying, throwing caution to the wind, saying, ah, screw it, someone can struggle. That's not what I want. I mean, to me, that's almost like saying, you know, I don't need to make my illustration readable because some people like the challenge of figuring out what I meant. Sure, but, you know, that's not my goal. That's not quite the goal with this one. You would like it? You say that. I don't think so. Maybe you do like that stuff. If you like the... I don't know. I mean, we could try it. We could throw it up in the puzzle thing. The puzzle thing? That's not a thing. Although I don't want to do that today. Maybe I'll make my point next stream by I'll throw this up on the online puzzle thing, and we can do a digital version of it.
and you guys can just see the sheer amount of darkness in it. And then you guys can struggle, and I can laugh. No, I'm kidding. I'd probably do a few pieces. But I think I'm going to end stream here. I think I had fun with this one. I mean, I did have fun with this one. It was a good time. Thanks for being here, everybody. I really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out, as always. Same time, Monday. Let's go say hi to Skittle. Skittle. All right, let's see. Who else on? I didn't even bother to see who's on. Yeah, Skittle's a good one. Have a great rest of your day, evening. Thank you. Yep. See you, everybody. If you're on YouTube, have a good evening, good day, good night, all the stuff. See you Monday, hopefully.